Welcome everyone to the Speakers Summit. 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. Hi, I'm Kay Wagner with North Star Marketing, and I'm your producer and host for the summit. And this is an exciting big summit day for all of us. We have 11 speakers who are going to share with you their secrets to becoming a success story. And you know, everyone wants their life to be a blockbuster success story full of a highlight reel, right? But truth is, we all have different definitions of what that means. And being a success in life means you want to operate as a well-rounded individual. So our speakers are going to share with you specific ways you can become a success story. And they're going to share helpful tips, action steps, and deep insights. You're going to hear some really moving and inspiring stories today. And to get us started in our Speaker Summit is Mary Greenlee. Mary, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Kay, and welcome everyone to our summit. Success is a word that has a myriad of meanings and varies, of course, by individual. To me, success means communicating with civility and clarity, and that is my goal today. Success also means moving to action with my good intentions. Good intentions are simply something that you have an idea about, like you're looking for a new job or growing your business. If you're like many people, your life could be filled with good intentions. You also may be living out a life that doesn't change because you haven't acted on your good intentions. All the planning in the world won't prevent problems. It will happen because it always does. It happened to me just before Valentine's Day in 2009. My attorney husband of 46 years called from Tennessee where he was on a business trip. He called me and asked me to call Dr. Harris and get an appointment for Wednesday. The next day he would be home. The pain he was feeling was disabling. The vivid memories of what followed that call still rush through my head. I was suddenly facing the reality that I had not acted on earlier good intentions. I paid multiple times and significant ways for my inactions. My personal costs were both financial and emotional. I will share some of those costs after I share my analysis about the common behavior choices I made, ones that stalled my moving to action. So why do good intentioned people like myself and my husband get stalled without action? There are several common behavioral patterns that interfere with moving to action. I've implemented them all at times during my life. The first pattern I would describe as called the planner. They're very good at planning, however, they're reluctant to move into action. The second behavioral pattern is the promiser. They promise and don't deliver. The third behavior pattern is the learner. They're paralyzed by learning and resist moving to action. Now, each of these patterns can be a positive step in the early stages of moving to action. Just why are these three behaviors counterproductive to acting? Here is what I have observed and participated in myself. First, let's talk about the planner. Now, there's nothing wrong with planning. Planning can get you organized and help you stay that way. When you plan, it means you don't miss important meetings and appointments, but good intentions often derail the planner. Planners like the idea of everything being done on time. They enjoy the thoughts that their future life will be filled with order, not chaos. However, being a good intentions planner is often just a mask for procrastination. Can you relate to this scenario? Do you have the intention of starting a business? Have you ever studied the logistics? The planner waits before taking action because they don't want to make a mistake. Neither did I. What the good intentioned planner doesn't grasp is that in life, something is bound to go wrong. It's not a matter of if, but when. All the planning in the world won't prevent it. It will happen because it always does. If you think of yourself as a planner, write planner in the chat for me. Okay, next on my list is the promiser. You most likely know someone who's full of good intentions, makes promises and doesn't deliver on them. They overpromise and underdeliver. A promise is a declaration that something is going to be done. A promise unfulfilled is a lie. So, why do people filled with good intentions not keep their promises? There are many reasons, and none of them very flattering. If you have sometimes behaved as a promiser, please write promiser in the chat. Now, one reason promises go unfulfilled is because good intentions promisers are often disorganized. They're too scattered to remember to make good on their intentions. Often responsibilities crowd in and a promised intention gets put on the back burner. Perhaps you promise that you're going to improve. Everything's going to get better because that's your intention. The little voice inside you might know the intention will go unfulfilled. Now, the third kind of good intentions, the behavior is the learner. A good intentioned learner is eager to get things done. These are the kinds of people whose charts have charts. They want to discover everything there is to know about the end result for their goals. But first, they want to know what it's going to take to go on their journey. So they begin to educate themselves and they chase after learning like every life depends on it. They want to learn about every weight problem if they're going to lose weight, every single one of them. If you prefer to act as a learner, please write learner in the chat. This also might be you if you know what you want so badly that when you close your eyes, you can almost feel it. You think about networking you could do. You think about the changes that you could make that would send your career to the next level. Okay, in review, we've talked about 3 personal behaviors that often stand in the way of taking action. I've asked you to think about whether you have preferred to act as a planner, a promiser, and a learner. All behaviors have good thoughts, good ideas, and good intentions. However, intentions alone delay taking action. Earlier, I started telling you about when it happened to me and my husband. Upon his return from his BIS conference, he saw Dr. Harris. That appointment added an MRI 2 days later. That same dreadful afternoon, we got the call from Dr. Harris telling us that David had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. If he was to do anything to intervene, he had to move quickly, and the next 6 days were packed with hospital rooms, a plethora of dye-sensitive tests, end-of-life projections, and an ambulance trip for David to die at home. Now, the positive news is that some of our much earlier good intentions had been acted on. Our actions had generated the needed legal documents, a living will, a DNR, medical powers of attorney, and a pre-planned funeral. What followed David's well-arranged pre-planned funeral was an avalanche, a mountain of paperwork, a mountain covered with good reminders of good intentions, ones that hadn't been acted upon. Staring me in the face were several demanding realities. Closing his solo law practice without any authority or knowledge of how to do it. No listing of IDs and passwords for his business computer. Full key rings without any identification on those key rings, and no understanding of my responsibility to his clients. It was overwhelming. And I've only described my first week trying to fill his lawyer's chair. It was then that I began to realize how David and I had failed to put into action our good intentions to provide access to the most important information affecting our life's partnership. I began to think about what it would be like for David if I had been the one to die. He would have been stuck just like I was stuck, with good intentions in the planning stage. It was then that I began changing my inaction into action. 3 years later, after I began taking real action steps, the Life Facts book became a reality. Now, I had a comprehensive Life Facts management system to use. How did I get this done? Well, I assembled the Transition Times team of 40 plus pros and frontline workers. Together, we produced a guide to help others make their most important facts accessible, safe, and secure. Our team was committed to helping people with good intentions, those who wanted to know what they needed to know and how to move to action. This exceptional team had all the expertise that was needed: doctors, lawyers, accountants, psychologists, bankers, pastors, and many others. Together, they understood the importance of helping people move to productive action. So why am I sharing my story? If you are primarily a good intentions planner, promiser, and learner, you could just sit back and continue to plan to your heart's content. A month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, you'd be still full of good intentions, and you will not have your most important facts accessible, safe, and secure. Neither will you have those facts for your loved ones, so they can help you should you need their help. You're not going to like hearing it, but here it is anyway. Quit lying to yourself that your planning is anything other than procrastination. You are failing to take action. The sooner you take action, the sooner you can free yourself from a life of nothing but good intentions and claim the life of being prepared for when it happens, because it always does. My goal is to inspire you to take action, to organize and make accessible the facts of your personal and household life, and have them at your fingertips. The planning has been completed for you in the Life Facts book. Your good intentions to be prepared for when it happens are waiting for you to choose to move to action. I am here to help you take action. You can empower yourself. You will be amazed at how you feel about yourself once you take action. All the motivation and encouraging talks in the world won't help you if you don't help yourself. Okay, it's time to put up or shut up. This is one time the planning has been done for you. Take advantage of the expertise. I invite you to join me in moving to action. I have an incentive for you to take a taste of my fact gathering system. Click on the link in the chat and I will send you my free ebook, Health Info at Your Fingertips. Right here, you can experience our system with this bite-sized piece. And here's the bonus. Your health info will be recorded and easily accessed by you and those who will be there to help you should you need them. The transition team invites you to join them and become a proficient gatherer of your health facts. I guarantee you can know what you need to know for when you need to know it. Begin your fact gathering experience with Transition Times. Request your copy of the health info at your fingertips in the chat. Thank you for listening to my story and for considering moving to action to gather your most important health facts and have them at your fingertips.
Bravo, Mary. Thank you so much for sharing your story and for sharing your information. You're going to see a lot of chat, a lot of activity in the chat box, but I'd like to open up the room for questions. If you have a question or a comment for Mary that you'd like to share with her, raise your hand digitally or physically so I can call on you to unmute yourself and ask your question of Mary. While everyone is kind of gathering their thoughts, Mary, I'd like to say, you went through this experience with your husband's passing, and you were somewhat prepared and not fully prepared. And you talk about the planner, the promiser, the learner, right? I think that there was some of that for you and your husband. And I know for me, sometimes I have all three of them, right? What guidance do you give for our audience about how to really, if you find yourself identifying as one of those, what do you do? I know that the good intention will be to get your book. And we want everyone to get your Life Facts book. But what nudge can you give people who are promisers or learners or planners to just get over that little hump?
That is something that became very clear to us after the book was published, because a number of people who had the book hadn't really engaged with it and done it, even though it was sitting there for them. And so I started coaching in groups. And what I found is when people gather together and they commit to each other that they're going to do something, and they can walk through over lunch or whether it is in person or in Zoom, they get the job done. I think this is something that is done in team better than it's done individually, just like the book was built. So my suggestion is, and I do this all the time, put a group together that you like. I'll meet your schedule. We'll do it on Zoom and we'll get the job done. You're on mute, Kay.
We are better together, right, Mary?
Yes, we are better together.
Always.
There's no doubt about it.
Right. We have a question from Yvonne. What about having a book for every family member?
Absolutely. You need it. And I have two different kinds. The big book behind me, which is a spiral, and men love this because it goes in their briefcase. I also have a notebook with colored paper and all sorts of other things, and women seem to like it best. So we have two versions to do it. But one of the things that I would suggest with the ebook, it has a family health history at the end, and you put your data, but then you have all of your family's data too. So I put this all together when I had my family together at Thanksgiving. There were things I had no idea about. So it becomes a huge family activity, and then you can share that with your loved ones. In that process, they will see all of the different categories for yourself, and you will see those in the ebook too. And you get excited about that, and then you think, okay, let's talk about the important papers. Well, that can be done in group, but it's still an individual thing. You've still got to do the homework to get it done. But the process of getting it done can be shared in groups that is invigorating and encouraging, and people get excited about completing it. And they don't want to be left behind. So get a group.
Get a group. So that might be one of the answers to the question that Dana has, which is, what are some good ways to help convince your parents or other loved ones to get moving on the planning? So we all think this is a great idea for everybody else, especially our parents. How do we convince them? And then Jill has her hand up, and we'll go to you next, Jill.
Okay, I will share with you one example of this happened. There was a gentleman who was having that problem getting the information from his parents. And they said, oh, you just want my money, which is the first place that most parents go to, because you think when you inherit things, it's money, not necessarily information. And so anyway, he sat down with his two siblings and he said, Dad, this isn't what we want to know. It's what the experts are telling us to know. So they divided up the different categories with the kids that felt they were the best to deal with it with their parent, and they got the information coughed up. But I think it's when you just ask questions and you don't have any real authority or reason to do it, sometimes it looks suspect because it's all about you. But with the book, it's about being responsible to the world around them and to themselves.
Yes, that's a great idea. It's not what we want to know, all your little secrets, where the money is. It's what the experts say we should know. I love that answer, Mary. Okay, I think, Jill, did you have your hand up for a question?
It was actually answered by somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, all right, terrific, good. Okay, let's see if we have other questions in the chat box. We have lots of wonderful comments for you, Mary. Make sure you save the chat box because they're beautiful questions or beautiful comments for you. Michelle says, I'm open to a group, great information, great resource for family meetings as a guide. I love the idea of family working on it together and getting rid of that sense that this is all private, secret stuff, right?
Yes. One of the things that the book deals with is living legacy, or it's also called ethical will. And this is leaving everything that you want to leave that has no dollar figure attached to. So we have a guide in there how to do that. In addition, there is a section on final arrangements. In 2 pages, you can plan everything. And so it's just the stuff that you don't think about. For instance, who should be notified first, right, at death or whatever. And people have very definite opinions about this. They just don't think about asking the question. So the Life Facts book asks those questions and lets you fill in the answers.
Great, good. And so you'll want to check in the chat box. There's a corrected link for Mary's gift that I just put in the chat box. Jill does have a question in the chat box. Did you want to ask that, Jill?
Sure, yes. Mary, you said that about keeping information safe, because some of the information that you're talking about, passwords and this sort of thing, how can we keep it safe as well as sharing?
All right, we call keeping information FASS, F-A-S-S, fireproof, accessible, safe, and secure. We recommend everybody have a fireproof safe in their house. It will withstand hurricanes and all sorts of other stuff. But if you do that, and you need 2 people who know how to get to that information, people that you trust, because everything, all your keeping your things safe, like your access to your bank accounts and all that kind of thing, is really important. So if you have a fireproof safe, not everybody wants to do it. You can get them delivered Amazon. They're not terribly expensive. Just make sure that it's fireproof, because that way you can get to it. Now, people keep things on the computer. They store them in the cloud. You can store all of this in the cloud. But if the cloud disappears, paper and pencil never went out of style.
Yes, so true. Very
Thank you.
good. Mary, you've had a wonderful story that you shared with us, wonderful insight and tips for letting go of good intentions. I'm going to take what you shared with us to heart. I'm sometimes a planner, sometimes a promiser, sometimes a learner. So I am going to sharpen up those skills about getting rid of good intentions. Thank you so much for being here. So appreciative of you, Mary. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you all for listening, and move to action.
Yes, move to action for sure. Okay, we are at this time slot for our next speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. Hi, I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing. I am the producer and host of this summit. And, you know, everybody wants their life to be a success story, but we all have different definitions of what that is. And being a success in life means that you're a well-rounded individual, both in business and in your life. Our 11 speakers are sharing specific ways that you can become a success story. And they are sharing helpful tips, action steps, and deep insights with their stories. Our next speaker is Sophia McMorris. And Sophia is going to bring her power to us, and she is going to tell us how to give up all of your excuses. Sophia, the mic is yours.
Okay. Wow. All right. Can you hear me now? Oh my goodness. All right. So we got through that one. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kay. Success is self-mastery, self-leadership. This means no excuses. If you're not where you want to be in life, if you don't have the body you want, the relationship you want, a career or a business you want, then you've probably been making excuses. You're spinning excuses into truths so that you can defend your life and try to explain away whatever is missing. Excuses are an outward manifestation of fear, self-doubt, or laziness. It's the thing you give. It's the reason you give for not changing the things you hate, but do nothing about. There are many common excuses that keep people from having a successful life, and you may want to see if any of these resonate with you. Let me tell you about who I am. My name's Sophia, the go-to executive wisdom mentor with Wisdom Speaks Life. And my nightmare of an excuse began with not having the body I want. For years, I struggled with my weight. I felt like the ugly duckling, desperate to belong and become who I was known to be. In my attempt to accept myself, I made an excuse. God made some people to be fat and some people to be skinny. I guess I was made to be fat. It wasn't until one morning when I sat down to meditate, I experienced my breakthrough light bulb moment. I read a quote, "Beloved, I wish above all things that thou would prosper and be in health, even as thy soul prosper." As the word soul spoke to me, I went on to discover my soul's prosperity wrapped in self mastery. When I stopped making excuses, I went on to lose 100 pounds. Here are 3 excuses people make: I don't have time, I'm too old, I can't get anything started or finished. Excuse number 1, I don't have time. You say this because successful people, those who have a life they love, a career or business that gives them fulfillment, got where they are because they wanted it and because they worked to make it happen. You just either don't want to face it or it makes you uncomfortable, because then you'd realize that the problem is not that you lack time, it's that you lack effort. You won't demand the time of yourself. Until you do that, you can kiss success goodbye. You don't have time because you don't make time. You don't make the hard choices. You don't sacrifice, and you don't say no to time thieves. It's easier to be frustrated, to tell yourself that you don't have time because others are too needy. Making autopilot decisions demands the least of you, physically, mentally, and emotionally, leaving you sleepwalking through life and never realizing your full potential. Take my friend John. He finds it extremely hard to say anything other than yes, even when his internal voice is screaming at him to say no. By trying to please everyone, he ends up resentful of his own to-do list and not taking the time to focus on what matters to him most. He feels burnt out by being a permanent yes man. Saying yes sets him up for being a part of the team, but not the leader. How many of you find yourself being a people pleaser, always saying yes, even when your internal voice is screaming at you to say no? How many of you find yourself being a passenger in your own life when your heart's desire is to live life on your own terms and be in the driver's seat of your own life? How many of you find yourself being a doer instead of being who you know you could be? Go ahead, type your answer in the chat. The first step to changing your life is being honest about it, because everyone knows if you had the time, you would totally change your life, your community, and even the world. You're a success waiting to happen. Waiting. You really think you don't have time? You've got 2 choices. When you think you don't have time, you find it, or get to the end of your life in the same position you're in right now. Get to the root of this excuse and eliminate it. Excuse number 2. This excuse, I'm too old. This excuse has been applied to many areas of life. Too old to start a new career or business. Too old to lose the weight. Too old to find a new romantic partner. The new path is scary. It's just better to remain where you are. That's what you tell yourself. But the thing about it is, life changes. You change. Your desires, dreams, and goals change. So why can't your career or business? The reason some people find happiness in career success later in life is that they acted instead of wishing, hoping, and praying for something to happen. Some people realize they get a wake-up call that they don't like their career, or they feel like it's not what they want anymore, and immediately make changes. They take off running, never looking back, willing to jump at a chance of making changes rather than sit still for 1 more days. Studies have shown that the 95% of our lives are lived in the subconscious mind, autopilot, comfort zone, and only 5% are lived in the conscious mind. You know what happened? You get what you're willing to accept. You're the only one that can hit the pause button and go in a new direction. Your age isn't in control of your life. You are. Take control back from this excuse and go for what you want. Make sure that the 95% of you is in support of the 5% of what you want. Excuse number 3. I can't get anything started or finished. This excuse has been known by its alter ego, procrastination. Welcome to doing it tomorrow or someday. Procrastination is an avoidance tactic. It's the reason you give to wiggle your way out of being responsible. You see that losing the weight you want to lose is going to take you a year, and that's just too hard. You know what's difficult? Wheezing when you're walking up the stairs, insecurities, anxiety, your low self-esteem, heart disease, diabetes. That's hard too. You must decide which difficulty you want to accept. Life will decide for you. And the only choice will be is to live with it. Because your coworker swooped in, improved his skills, and now he's your boss. There's no square on the calendar for someday. What you have is today. You want changes? Stop putting it off. You must find a way to figure it out and make it happen. In conclusion, how to give up all your excuses and pursue change. If you're not where you want to be in life, you want a good life, you want to lose weight, you want to have good health, a great relationship, an awesome career or business, then the excuses must go. You must let your focus become greater than your excuses, greater than your fears, and greater than your procrastination. You are not alone. We all struggle with excuses. Don't beat yourself up. Think of it as a self-discovery lesson about who you are and your capabilities. You must realize that you may never feel like you have enough time. Accept that you must work with what you have. Sure, it's going to be tough. Realize that excuses are your enemy. They hold you down, hold you back, and rob you of success. Today, you could make it a decision day for your life. I have a solution for you that can make a big impact. It can be a life changer if you're willing to do the work. My life assessment will help you become aware of what you may or may not be doing to create a life you love and what you could be doing instead. Just like how I used it to master my life and become who I was meant to be. Like the swan in the Ugly Duckling story. I dropped the excuses, showed up, took responsibility, dropping 100 pounds over a year. I also dropped the weight of the past and moved forward into truth, joy, and fulfillment. How many of you are ready to drop the excuses and say yes to your life? Type yes in the chat. I invite you to join me and many others as we embark on a transformation and mastery journey. I teach the art of self-mastery. I help people take responsibility and master their lives. Do you want to master your life? Do you have a fear of failure or lack of confidence and want to close the gap between where you are now and where you want to be? If you do, I will help you get clarity and focus in understanding your story. Practice self-awareness, realizing the roadblocks that get in the way of your success. Align yourself with the decisions you must make now to move your life forward. How will you know where you're going? Unless you have a plan. How will you get anywhere unless you act? The decision is acquire a desire to master your life and get things done. My life assessment gives you clarity and focus to discover and create your vision, find and develop your values, and rediscover your voice, helping you get the desire and get it done. Go to sophiaspeakswisdom.com and claim your complimentary copy of Sophia Speaks Wisdom Life Assessment. Embark on a life-changing journey of mastery. You must determine in your mind what you want and remain vigilant. Realize excuses are your enemy, robbing you of success. Master your life and live a life you love.
Thank you, Sophia. That was awesome. No more excuses for any of us, right?
Right.
No more excuses. So sophiaspeakswisdom.com is in the chat box. And when people go to sophiaspeakswisdom.com, they are looking for a form.
No, the life assessment is the complimentary life assessment.
Okay, life assessment. Okay.
And actually, here, I'm gonna.
And we do have some questions for you, and you have wonderful feedback and responses in the chat box. So make sure you save the chat box. And thank you, everybody, for participating in the chat box. So Vaughn says, Sophia, wow, love how you use words like art, desire, self-mastery. Words do matter. They really
Yes.
do. And I love your powerful voice and your powerful tone. I always say Sophia is coming down from the mountain with the truth. So listen to Sophia. All right, let's see. We have some questions in here, I believe. So how long did it take, Sophia, for you to turn your life around? You talked about that moment when you sat down and you read that passage and it resonated with your soul.
Mhm.
And so how long would you say for someone or for you, like to turn your life around? I know you talked about losing 100 pounds in a year, but I'm sure there were other things going on too that helped you, or that you did to turn your life around.
Well, the thing is about transformation, self-mastery, self-leadership, it is a lifelong journey. It's ongoing. It's never, it's always you improving upon yourself, learning new information, having new self-discovery, having new self-knowledge. And so because of that, it's a lifelong thing. Now, when I moved, there was a distance between, over a year where I had to learn that what I needed to do is to become consistent. So I draw this picture of like a mountain, and I kept going around the mountain. That was my struggle. And I thought I was making forward movement each time I was going around the mountain. Every year I would start over in January, diet for 3 months, lose 50 pounds, but that was still not moving me forward. It was only keeping me stagnant going around the mountain. And what I discovered is that I needed a path that needed to get me up and over the mountain and down the other side. And that path was going to be consistency. That in that consistent, keep stepping forward, even if it's difficult, and keep moving myself, that was where, the true victory and success was going to be. And that was me mastering myself. No, mastering the excuses, mastering the doubts, the fear, the unbelief, I'm not sure if I can do this kind of thing, and it's really hard. The eating brownie pies, having a moment where I break and then I eat a brownie pie and then, say, okay, I'm going to start again. To keep moving myself forward. So all of those are part of the journey, and the journey is always ongoing.
Always a journey. Peggy says, so she did come down from the mountaintop. You actually did come down from the mountaintop.
Yes.
And I believe in part of your work, Sophia, too, is really working with people to chart out that path, right?
Yes.
To be able to lay out a path And excuses can derail you when you don't have a plan.
Right,
You're kind
exactly.
of shooting in the dark, right? And
Right.
those emotional triggers for food, for addictions or alcohol or things that, you know, you get triggered by. If you have a plan, it's at least a step in the right direction, right?
Yes, definitely. I mean, you have, you know, when I help people create their plan, like one of the discoveries that I had was that, okay, we created the plan. It was an awesome plan. Everybody raved about the plan, but there wasn't any implementation of the plan. And
Yes.
without implementation, no matter how much awareness you have or self-knowledge, you don't move forward. So you have to get to that place of implementing what you have learned or what you have set in place. And oh, there are going to be roadblocks, there are going to be setbacks, there's going to be challenges that you have to overcome and things you have to go through and everything like that. But it's all worth it if you're able to live that life that you want.
Yes. And so I have a question. This might be a hard question for all of us. And I asked this, Sophia, because I know that you and I have talked about it to some degree. Whenever we make changes, the kind of changes that are significant, the kind of changes that you talk about in terms of, you know, dropping the excuses, which we are all very good at, by the way. Sometimes when you do that, you lose people, right? Or you
Yes.
just go through a change that is, I think is really difficult. It's not only about holding it together for yourself, but you have people who would maybe prefer that you stay in the comfort zone. And
Yes.
how I know, Sophia, you experienced that, you talk about that. Tell our audience like how to prepare for that, how to deal with it. What are the realities about that?
Right. Well, I think there is, you know, no way to prepare for it unless you know it's going to happen. So if you know that this is a possibility, then you can prepare yourself and, you know, start working on some steps and putting some things in place to prevent that from happening. For me, I didn't know that that was going to happen. I just kind of came into it, and then it's like, I don't understand, like, why, you know, why we can't be friends, why we can't hang out. And there's another side of that, is that you may want to separate yourself from some of these people that you've been friends with. And that's a part of the reality as well, because if they're not going in the same direction that you're going in, if they're not supporting your journey to transform and change your life, then it's sometimes it's you stepping away from them. And you know, yes, you love them, you care for them, you still want to have them as part of your life, but you know that you can't stay up close and personal anymore because your journey is taking you in a new direction. And so you have to make that step. It's just like, you know, starting a business. After a while, if your friends aren't entrepreneurs, if they aren't doing those type of things, that's moving their life forward in the business world and everything like that, there's some distancing that will have to occur. And you'll have to take those necessary steps to, you know, safeguard your own mind and what you're thinking. You know, there's a way that we gather around food and celebrate and everything like that. And when you can't be a part of the celebration because you're eating a salad and everybody's like, oh, bummer. We're not eating the pizza. You know, why aren't you eating the pizza? You know, so that is a part of the reality. And but the thing that happens is that as you change, new doors open, new doors of opportunities open, and you're able to find new people, like-minded people who are on that journey, who are going on in that same direction that you are. And then you're able to join together. So you won't be alone for long. You know, it'll take some time. Yes, you know, there is that period of loneliness that you experience, but you'll also find like-minded persons who's going in that direction you're going in.
Right. And so how do people view you now after you've gone through this journey? You went to the top of the mountain, you have your plan, you're sticking to your plan, honey, you're sticking to your plan.
I
And-
mean, I think, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. So what's
Yeah.
it like now? I mean, those people that maybe you distance yourself from, does that come back around, or do they level up because you're an inspiration perhaps?
Now, some people do level up because I'm an inspiration for them, and some people just kind of stay where they are. I think it's all about the mindset and what persons want, what they want in life, or how they view success. For me, success is always viewed with self mastery, not so much about getting the thing or arriving at the destination, but it is that journey where every day I consistently put one foot in front of the other to keep moving my life forward. So some people, are elated and happy for me, for what has gone on in my life and how I've transformed and changed. But the new people that I meet, they're like, "Oh, you look great." They just embrace me. So if I don't share my story, they don't necessarily know that I've had to go on this journey to really claim myself, claim my power, and really embrace who I am. Find that place where I belong, and become who I've always known myself to be.
Well, Sophia, you're a beautiful woman, and I love you. And it was a while before I really knew your backstory, and I just have always been so impressed and amazed. We do have a question. Let's see here. Mary says, how do you prepare clients so they recognize the usual kinds of changes they will see? How do you prepare your clients?
I usually just tell them. Since I've had the experience, other clients have had the experience, and sometimes what I find is that people don't want to let go. They're afraid. Like it's very hard, and they're afraid of changing too many things, focusing on themselves, taking the responsibility to, not be a people pleaser, to say no, and to be able to live life on their own terms. Some people get there and they stop, because it's too hard. The family members aren't pleased with them, different things are happening. But I usually always tell them, listen, it's going to be okay. There is that transition period that goes on, but whatever information I have, I'm like, let me just tell you, this is part of the wisdom. These things are going to happen. And so prepare yourself from now for those to happen. And if even in a situation where somebody's like, well, I'm not sure about, what you're doing and everything like that, is to have this open conversation about it. Really, be able to sit down and share what's going on the inside of you. Let them know that it's not about them so much, that you can't participate in eating ice cream and all of those kind of things, or, staying up late because you have to get up and work on your business in the morning. It's really having an open conversation. And for those who are willing, they will understand and they will still embrace and love you. And for those who find it too difficult and too hard, then those are the ones that kind of fall away, and you can't drag them along with you on the journey. You have to really be the one to be the leader and to self-lead, and that, they'll come along. If they're meant to join you, they will. If not, then you keep moving forward.
Right. And dropping the excuses, right?
Yes. I mean, you have to let go, because you could say, oh, they don't want me to do it. Oh, they feel like I'm leaving them. Oh, they feel like, we're not enjoying the same meals like we used to anymore. We can't have the same, diet, and I have to do differently. And so you can have all of those excuses and why you shouldn't, but the thing about it is, when you know what your why is, when the habits that needs to change in your life, and the things that needs to help you to push forward, and how important it is for you to achieve, then it doesn't matter who's coming up with what. You gotta go. I gotta go. So that's it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sophia. kept flashing that I was muted. So thank you, Sophia. Bravo.
Thank you very
Wonderful
much.
talk. I love your energy. I love your passion. And I know that people are helped by your story and by the work that you do with them. So I want to thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you do for the summit. That's fantastic.
Thank you. I think Peggy has her hand raised.
Yes, Peggy?
No, it's a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Sophia. And now we're going to move into our next session in just a minute or two. Just want to let you know that we are lined up until our last speaker goes on stage at 5 o'clock. And so I hope that you guys hang out with us for the afternoon and continue to get this inspiration, these wonderful insights, very specific tips on how you too can become a success story. And so now that we are out, that we are at the top of the hour, we are going to start with our next session. Welcome to the Speakers Summit. 11 ways that you can become a success story. Yes, you. I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm the host and producer of the summit. And this is an exciting summit because there are 11 speakers and you're going to learn specific ways that you can become a success story. Now, you know that everyone wants to have a blockbuster success story of their life, right? We all want the highlights reel, but we all have different definitions of what success means. And being a success in life really means that you are a well-rounded individual in your work and in your life. And so our speakers are going to share with you specific ways that you can become a success story. They're going to share helpful tips, very pragmatic tips, action steps, and deep insight with the stories that they share with you. And so our next speaker is Dana Robertson. Dana, welcome. Dana is going to share with us, don't just know your why, fight for it. Dana, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Kay. Success can be yours. You can have success in your relationships, in your business, and in your career. But there's a good reason that right now, at this very moment, you don't have success in some or any of those areas. It's because you want it and you hope for it, but you don't fight for it. And quite frankly, if you're not willing to fight for something, then you don't deserve to have it. Because the winners never say they got there solely by luck or natural talent or magic. Everyone has to work to fight for their winning pennant. You and only you are at the home plate, waiting for your chance to swing. You have to get up and create your own success. There's this good feel good saying that people pass around. Maybe you've heard it. It's know your why, which basically means you should know and understand why you're doing whatever it is that you're doing. It's that belief that if you know why you want something, it's going to make your pursuit of success easier. But that saying is only half right. The part about the importance of knowing your why is correct. You should know your why. But the other part that's missing is that you should be willing to fight for it. So let me explain this using myself as an example. I'm Dana Robertson. I'm the dreamer and co-founder of a creative agency, Pennant Creatives. In case you're wondering, yes, our company's name is a baseball reference. So we're a creative agency of people who love the game of baseball. And we specialize in values-based branding. This is a way to design and implement your brand that goes beyond just the surface level aspects of brand and reaches to all parts of your organization, including your strategy, your operations, and most importantly, you and your people. My why for the work that I do is this. I see our core values as humans, like ripples on a stream. They have the power to radiate out slowly and surely from the individual to our businesses, to the family, to our communities, to our world. And because values hold so much power, I want to help others understand how they can influence our world and our businesses for good in a time where business needs to hear it the most. I came upon my why as I fought through the many different versions of what I thought others needed to see from me. I spent a long time understanding the truth of these core values and their place, not only in my world, but in the world. But often, when I've been faced with my why, initially, I didn't fight for it. Overcoming fear and doubt, shifting my mindset, and deciding to take the field with my values were ways that I was able to stop saying no and instead start to fight for my dream. So let's unpack this a little. Listening to doubt, heeding fears, not taking ownership. These are 3 things that defined my journey before I got in the fight. Yep, I was guilty of all 3. The biggest voice that I needed to overcome was my own. I'd easily tell myself I couldn't step into a new industry to create something new. What are you doing? I'd never stop myself from playing out the fear that I'd speak and no one would listen, and taking responsibility for who needed to do the work. Well, let's just say I had my own face down in the ball field for the true responsibility for bringing my work to the world. Newsflash, it was me. We all spend time at one time or another listening to those voices, be it our own or others who want to just keep us in that place of doubt and fear. They want to remind you to lay the responsibility somewhere, anywhere, but where it should be placed, on your shoulders. In fact, we spend lots of energy here. So imagine with me a baseball player holding his bat, but afraid to step up to the plate for the fear he may swing and miss. But that's the thing. If you want to play, you have to swing. No player stays stuck in the dugout. Each of us need to bravely step up and face the pitch coming right over home plate. I had to get to the point where I could say, this is my life, my business, my why. These are my values. And I'm here because I'm the one who sees the potential in value-based branding, and I'm going to bring it to the world in the way that only I can. Can you resonate with my journey? Right now, you don't have what you want because you're letting doubters, fear, and shame get in your way of a chance to step up to the plate at the bottom of the 9th to hit that glorious home run walk-off. Can you see yourself there? This one mindset shift helped me to overcome these obstacles and get in the fight for my dream. Your biggest fight is one that begins and can end with your mindset. Your mindset has the power to take you to your knees or the power to make success rain down on you nonstop. You either cheer yourself on or tell yourself you're never going to succeed. When you have the wrong mindset, one that doesn't prioritize your values, you're going to get bombarded with the kinds of thoughts that keep you in a place of utter defeat. But what if instead you padded your mindset with the values that matter to you more than anything else in the world? What if you let that drive the mindset that you start each and every day with? You can't just fight for anything. Make sure the reasons you're fighting, the values that you claim, are authentic to you. Your values are those things that continue to show up as a theme throughout your entire life. Yep, they show up in the way that you work, but they were there when you decided to start your business, or go for that certification or degree, or do the hard thing, even in the face of impossible odds. They whisper to us as we move on. You can't help but see them everywhere. The undercurrent, not only to what you do, but why you do it and how you do it. Your why, the reason you are fighting in the first place, is acted out by a set of values that you claim. These things are not just chosen out of thin air. They are worked out and they are claimed by you. And they guide you in all of the steps of your journey, on your journey to fight for your dream. When you claim your values, the ones that you know you can't live without, that is when your mindset can truly shift from one of doubt, fear, and defeat to one of victory, joy, and the drive to keep going. A strategy to win the fight for your mindset starts with one step. Are you ready for it? Here it is. Decision. That's it. That's the step. You make the decision that you've got one life. You get one shot at getting it right, at living the way that you want and making your dreams come true. Even if it takes weeks or months or years before you see the end results of your fight. And that's the thing we love about baseball, by the way. It's a long season of ups and downs, and a lot can happen in the quest for the pennant. But the sweet, victorious reality is this: even if you face conflict, your biggest weakness, your worst case scenario, your values are there for you, because they're not just arbitrary words chosen to make you feel good. They are what drive you to keep fighting. I've seen this happen time and time again with entrepreneurs and business owners alike. They get knocked down by the challenges of building something, getting past the next hurdle, winning the pennant. And you know what? The values make all the difference. That's the why that drives me to keep getting my message out. Values matter. Values have the potential to change a brand from just a marketing tool into an agent of transformation and impact. So I help others win their fight by giving them a tool that I know has always been there for me: my values and how I let them show up in the world. The key to staying in your fight is your mindset. That allows you to claim your why, name your values, and sprint for your dream. If you're ready to do this and take the field with me, I have something for you: a chance to explore the values that are showing up in your brand. I am offering today our one-on-one values assessment completely free. Kay is going to put the link in the chat box. This will give us a chance to look at the extensions of your dream and see where your values show up and how you can apply them to the parts of your brand that you may not have even considered. Let's discover the values that drive you in your business. If you're interested in a free one-on-one values assessment, say "I'm in" the chat box now. So what's your why? What values do you want to claim? Maybe you're seeing yourself starting that business idea that's been floating around in your thoughts for years. Maybe you're ready to take the next step in your business, to build your team, innovate for the future. Or maybe you've got professional goals that you're not sure how you're going to achieve, but you're sure willing to try. Fight for them. Your dreams are worth it. You are worth it. Will you join me? We need to keep fighting for our dreams. We need to keep building businesses that change the world. We can and we will do that if we keep going. Know your why, claim your values. Let's keep fighting together. Take the field with me and let's play ball. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. That was awesome. It's game day, right?
Yeah. Let's do it. Raise the pennant.
Raise the pennant for sure. Since I know you and we've talked, right? And we've talked about the whole baseball thing. Do you want to tell our audience about you and Chris and how you guys met in this whole baseball thing?
Yes, I definitely can. Actually, he is here. He's watching. Hi, Chris. So we met 10 years ago, and there were things that we had in common right off the bat. We were both creative souls, and we both loved the game of baseball. And so, so he is my fellow co-founder of Pennant Creatives. We are also partners in life. We are married, and so we love creating together, and we love following our baseball teams through that long season of baseball. And so when we went to start a company together, we named our company Pennant because we feel like that when you're seeing your team go through that long season of ups and downs and highs and lows, and then you watch the baseball team raise the pennant at the end of the season that they won, fighting hard together, you know that every member on that team understands that it was just as much about the journey as the high-flying pennant itself. And we think that is an incredible analogy for the creative process, really, because it really is the journey. It is the process that is so important.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. Let's, I'm going to ask you a question and then I'm going to look in the chat box, see if there are any questions, but let's talk about values that you see. So most businesses would have, I think, maybe value integrity, honesty, and, you know, things that we would consider universal, right? In today's world, there might be additional ones that get layered in or that are also valued. And I know that since you guys are really at the forefront of values-based branding, that you probably see some things maybe that the rest of us don't see about what's happening with business owners. And I think maybe particularly business owners who have a level of social consciousness that maybe we didn't see 20 years ago. I don't know if that's true. Can you talk about that, Dana?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is that no matter the industry of type of client that we work with, what we're seeing is people who, business owners who are understanding that, like, this is my business that I own. And for instance, like a cleaning business. And so we're talking with that business owner, trying to understand like the services that she provides with her company. But in having that conversation, we layer in like, why, and we start to understand that there's like so much pride behind the incredible work that she does. It's like a craft. It's her brand of like almost creativity of bringing that. And so, you know, as we talk to people and in our process that we work with in clients, that we're able to really understand that it's not just about the service itself, it's about the why behind the service, the commitment to bringing holistic cleaning products to corporations, to add to, you know, the health and well-being, and the pride in doing the work and being able to see that finished product for other people, is something that in like with the cleaning business we worked with, like we wouldn't have known that unless we took her through the process of understanding the values behind the work. And that in itself drives not only the marketing strategy that we work with, but also like her understanding of like how she needs to onboard her employees and help them understand the purpose behind that. And the research shows that when you're looking at it from a values-based standpoint, internally in your organization, your employees, if you're able to like influence your culture and allow your employees to understand how the values tie into the work they're doing, it actually really helps with employee retention and helps with team cohesion, you know. But then also your external branding, the trend right now, you know, we've got the millennials and the Gen Zers coming up, and they are zeroed in on making the world a better place. But I don't want to leave out the boomers or the Gen Xers either, or any of the other generations, because I feel like everybody is kind of taking cues from these younger understanding of generations and understanding that our brands are a solution to social justice. Our brands in businesses are being looked to say like, this is who we are and this is why we are. And so that is really the heart of values-based branding, is this incredible influence that business has right now to not just do the thing that they do and do it awesomely, which most businesses that we work with are, but also like, how do you talk about who you are? How do you talk about the things that matter to you? And that's everything right now.
Right. So we see this alignment for businesses, you know, businesses and their employees and their teams. And that even extends to if you're using freelancers or 1099s, contract people as well. But what we see too now is the power, let's just call it the power of the people to make sure that their values are aligned with the companies that they buy from, the companies that they put their money, that they trust their money with. And you would know this better than me, but I see that as something that's emerging and that's probably going to get stronger. This alignment of, as a consumer, whether it's B2B or B2C, you know, business to business, business to consumer, that we have the collective power of purchasing power
Mhm.
to align those dollars with companies that have values that we are aligned with. Do you see that increasing in momentum?
Yes. Mhm. I think one very anecdotal explanation is that has anybody, did we watch the Super Bowl this year? Okay. My favorite thing about the Super Bowl, I love baseball. Football's okay, but I love the commercials, the Super Bowl commercials. And I'm telling you, like 1 in 4 of those commercials were values-based branding because, people are catching on to that, like we really need to be focused on this right now. And I think even more so with a lot of the things that are happening in our world, like people have had a lot of time to think about the things that really matter to them. And I think that we're taking stock as humans that like we want to take care of our planet. We want to take care of each other. We want to bring things into the light so that, we can all live more fulfilling lives. And so I think that we see that and I feel like the influence is growing. There's a lot of studies that are occurring right now, just understanding like post-pandemic, people are saying, we want the world to look different. Like how can we all make an impact? And so that purchasing power is powerful. And so brands need to be paying attention to that.
Yes, I agree. And I see that momentum just growing and growing, I think.
Mhm.
We have a question from Sophia. How do values influence employee retention?
Yeah, it's such a good question. So, and I'll find the link, but there's a study that I have really spent paying a lot of attention to that basically was about 27 different countries, 27,000 respondents of really understanding like, what are your expectations for companies and brands? And I think it was like something like 60% of respondents were like, I would feel really excited and good to know and work for a company and stay there and be committed if I knew that their brand was like standing for something that was socially or environmentally conscious. And so really what this comes back to is understanding the work culture that, I feel like every company has values that they put on a wall, right? But the real magic of values isn't just having values on a wall. Like the implementation and how that's operationalized in an organization, the employee engagements in understanding and having people be part of that and understanding directly how a value of like creativity relates to how we roll at Pennant, for instance. That really helps to meld a culture of people who are feeling engaged and part of something. And so that creates a culture where people feel cared about. It feels a culture where they're part of something bigger than themselves. And that's very, very important piece of keeping people around in your business. So this actually saves companies money because these employee retention costs then, I think there's like 25% that saves money because you're not having to like put so much energy into, rehiring people because, your people aren't sticking around. So it's very directly linked to that. If you can implement the values, the implementation is key.
Right. Implementation is key. And I think, and maybe you covered this when you were talking about the millennials and some of the stats about millennials. Did you say, or is it my thought, that the millennials are more interested in the values of the companies that they would go to work for than, let's say, Gen X and Y or baby boomers have been in the past?
Yes. And like the study that I looked at, it focused a lot actually on Gen Z.
Okay.
Because we're now there hasn't been a ton of research done on Gen Zers, but they are making themselves known. They're actually our our generation that's out there doing protests and like doing a lot of like social work, like social justice advocacy and environmental advocacy. And so I think that everyone say like, okay, we really need to start paying attention to Gen Zers and what's happening with them, because they're going to be, you know, a majority of our economy soon. Like they have a pretty influential buying power. So yeah, but the study also focused on other generations. So I don't think it is just like a millennial and Gen Z situation. I think that across the board, I know that a lot of people feel this way and are aligned this way. And I think it's just becoming even more so. And I think the other very important thing about this is that I think brands need to start realizing is this isn't just for the giant companies anymore. This is for small businesses. This is for mid-sized businesses. This is for solopreneurs. And so that's the other thing. I'm like, we don't need to be just leaving this to like Coca-Cola and Dove and Impossible Burgers, like Tide. They all, I'm great. I'm glad that they are all really aligning with and trying to make an impact with their brand, but we all can do this and should.
Right. And I think one of the, in addition to the buying power that we talked about, another critical area of power that Gen Z, millennials, Gen X have that isn't new so much, but I'd say like within the past 10 to 12 years, and you would know the time frame better than me, Dana, but is the power of the media, the power of not just any media, but the power of social media. And so when we saw last summer protests happening and incidents that were incendiary in many ways, we saw this shift towards companies being questioned about their values related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I know in our hometown in Lancaster, PA, there were some social media postings about some small businesses, which actually, if I remember correctly, if I got these facts right, Dana, closed a business for like 3 or 4 weeks until they came out with a statement of their values and how they were going to make corrections. And, you know, this values lived out is really what you're talking about, right? It's not just values on a wall, but values lived out. And who knows best about that, but the people in the company.
Right. Yeah.
The people
and they're
that
watching.
see what happens on a daily basis. The
Yeah.
people that see, oh, don't worry about that, we'll take care of it later. That kind of thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it does. I think like that's a really good example of, you know, like probably the owners of the business didn't really think that their decisions had that much of an impact, and it kind of didn't go very well for them. But I think it really comes back to strong, conscious, values-based leadership. Leaders, you know, we at Pennant, we want to stand with leaders who really understand the impact of your own values and how that is worked out in your leadership skills and in being, you know, authentically who you are, but also understanding like your impact and how important that is right now in the world. And so that's something that I do each and every single client that we work with. Like, I think that's one of the favorite parts about what I do is I stand with leaders and we, you know, we look at the business together, and that is so important. Yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah, yeah. And we just have a minute or two left before we move on to the next talk. And so if you would just give our audience a peek into, or maybe I shouldn't say a peek into, but just a little bit of an overview of this process. Like, it sounds like you have it nailed down, and I'm just wondering, you go in with an open mind and then something magical happens? I don't know.
Have been working on this process. It's so we actually start with a brand strategy lineup, no matter what the end product is. We start with an understanding that, look, we got to work on looking at your values and your strategy and all of that, but like we start together just trying to look at your business from several different angles and look at who you are in that. And so I do that either with like one business owner or with a leadership team. And so that's how we get rolling. And from there, it's actually pre-work before we start really talking about values and how those are going to be actually directly implemented. And so there is like, that work is like our process that we start every single client off with. And then from there, that actually drives the design and implementation process moving forward. So whether we're building a website for you, whether I'm working on leadership, like cohesion or team cohesion, we always start with like really digging deep. And people come in and they say, oh, I didn't realize there was going to be a test. And I'm like, don't you worry. It's all in you. You've got all the answers. Like I'm the one that I want to make sure we get everything, you know, so, but these are, you know, everything. It's there because your values, your core values, those things that you claim, they're part of who you are. They're part of, they were there when your business started. So, but yeah, that's a little bit kind of what it's like. And I'm there like a friendly first base coach. I'm there with you every step of the way, as is Chris. So
Great. And this works whether you are a company of one, a solopreneur, or a company of hundreds, right?
yes, yeah, we do work with both types of companies and anything in between. So
great. Dana, thank you so much. I want to say bravo for your great work, for
Thank
sharing your
you.
talk and your values, and you know, the specific idea that it's not just enough about getting your values, but you need to really fight for them. Really need to go after it. And I really, really appreciate that. And so we have just one, I'm going to say a half second. Thank you, Dana, until we go into our next speaker. And what I'd love for you to do, for those of you who have worked with me before, you know that I love rapid recall. And rapid recall is your aha moment of the day. So whether you've been here for one of our talks or three of our talks, if you would just put in the chat box some of the aha thoughts, the aha moments that you have from our Speakers Summit so far today. I would just love to see, love to hear from you what you're experiencing from the insights, from the stories, and especially from these ways that you can become a success story. And while you are typing in the chat box your rapid recall, rapid for a reason, and it's fast, it's short, it's an aha moment. While you are starting to do that, I'm going to get started with our next talk. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm your host and producer for this exciting summit, where you're going to learn 11 ways you can become a success story. Everyone wants their life to be a blockbuster success story. We all want that highlights reel. But we also all have different definitions of what success means. And being a success in life means that you're a well-rounded individual, both in your life and in your business. And so our 11 speakers are sharing specific ways that you can become a success story. And this is our 11 speakers sharing with you helpful tips, very pragmatic things you can do, action steps, and deep insight from their stories. And so our next speaker is Jay Miller. And Jay is with us here today, and she is going to talk to us about how to be strategic with goals and milestones. Jay, the mic is all yours.
Okay, I had to unmute myself. I had started talking. Thanks a lot. Kay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. So what I'm about to present is a copy that was custom matched to us by our esteemed host. And then I go a little bit into something about myself, but you have my full permission to close your eyes as you're listening. And this is not a guided meditation. It's on the same thread as what we've been presenting so far, but it's a test to see if you absorb more by listening or by listening and looking. And just as a self-mastery step, that's a common thread in this presentation as well. So here goes. When you think of life in terms of what you want to accomplish someday, you'll notice that someday rarely happens. It's like February 29th. Those who live a someday life don't make concrete decisions or plans. Their objectives are always vague. Vague for the no-win. The recipe for a life of frustration, mediocrity, and failed hopes is to be as vague as possible. Reach for the calendar with someday on it. On that day, everything is going to be perfect. You wouldn't want to miss out on that magical moment falling into your lap, or longer for those who believe that all good things come to those who wait. You want a great career? When do you want it? Now, but you'll settle for someday. You believe it because you see someday events happening to others all around you. In reality, someday is the realm where nothing is happening. Your life isn't changing and nothing that you hope for comes true because a vague hope or belief in someday is misplaced. Someday doesn't bring about change, you do. You want your life to change? Time to get real, start with your objectives. You don't say that you want to go to the grocery store and then not know how to get there. You have a plan. The road you're going to take, you have a plan for the money involved in your budget. You know exactly what you can afford to spend. The route back to your home has been established. You accomplish what you set out to do. These objectives have to be strategic. Do that by setting times for the mile markers of your objectives. Use numbers, percentages, and plans. People who accomplish the things that they want in life don't just get up every morning and decide to take whatever life hands them and see if they can do anything with that. No, they get up already knowing their plan. It's not going to happen unless you work at it. If there was some kind of magic fix, everyone would use it. There's only planning and working that plan without stopping until you see results. When you have a plan and you're working on that plan, you already know in advance. You know the answers to the deep conversations because you planned and studied in advance. This can save you a whole lot of frustration, time, and energy. An area where a lot of people drop the ball with planning is with their careers. When you aren't strategic, you stay mired in dissatisfaction. Some people have careers that mean something to them. It fulfills them. If you're not excited about it, then it's a sign that something needs changing. Talking about setting strategic objectives is one thing, but how do you actually do that for the area that you want to change? The first thing to do with objectives is to know what you want. When you know what you want, it's easier to hold on to the belief that what you're doing is the right direction. Identifying what it is you really want makes it easier to be able to see changes that have to occur. It allows you to see the areas that are lacking or that will hold you back from meeting your objectives. It could be not having the knowledge you need or you being too soft with your faults. If you're not going to get real with yourself, you won't meet your objectives. Once you get real and you know what you want, the second step is to find your inner picture of that objective turning into a reality. This allows you to be able to understand what it's going to take. This is the point that divides the wishful thinkers from the success stories. The third thing is to write down your objectives so that you can keep them in front of you. Having an objective is nothing without a commitment to change coupled with you making sure your environment or habits support your decision. Clearing away the stuff that holds you back leaves you free to hang on to your focus. Your environment has to support your objectives. You should know why you're doing what you're doing and be prepared to fight for it. Figure out what it is that's going to help you stay focused. If your plan is your blueprint for success and no good general fights a battle without one. You think you're not in a battle? Just wait until you start trying. The challenges are going to come at you. Your plan acts as the pillars that support your objectives, and now it's time to implement. When you want something, you can't wait to get started. You feel fired up with energy and you just want to go. Once you know what you want, plan to get started today. No one ever said that living your objectives was life on easy street. Success comes to those who work at it. It comes to those who are pushing uphill when everyone else is resting, playing, and watching Netflix. You have to work on your objectives or they won't work. It's that simple. Besides making your environment support your objectives, there is something else that you can do. You want accountability. It's fantastic to have someone or a group of people who will cheer you on to the finish line that you can go for because you're worth it. If you're not careful, self-doubt is going to sweet talk you into blowing off that interview. It's going to invite you to stay where warm fuzzies abound at the position you currently have where you don't want to be. When you need to stand firm with your objectives, an accountability person isn't always going to be there to come through at crunch time. You have to be your own accountability because when things get rough, and they will, you need to be able to pull yourself up when you fall down or hesitate. That's what will help you take your objective from mile marker to mile marker. Each of your objectives should have mile markers. If they don't, you need to go back to the objective list and create them. Mile markers are important because they break up the distance between the start of your objectives and the end of it. They're success markers that say you have made it this far. Your markers would break that down into small numbers. The purpose of these is that you can measure the road that you're on. You're able to look at how far you've come and how much you've accomplished. Each marker shows you that your objective is getting closer. You would have one set for each part. It can help to look back and see what you worked without fail. You would frame your objectives around markers that can grow your career or enable you to start something new. So one marker might be to gain more knowledge or undergo training or certification. You would create a detailed mile marker timeline. If your end result is something like use my new training to grow my income by $20,000, then your markers would be broken into times set to increasing your earnings by $2,500 for the first month, again the second month, until you've reached $20,000. Your objective might be to become a leader in your field. So then your markers would show the steps that would take you to reach that point. Mile markers can help lead you to take specific steps. It's easier to accomplish your objectives when you see them broken down into daily tasks. You gain a sense of accomplishment when you can pass each marker. Besides each of these, write out, due by, and pick a date. This gives you a concrete timeline so you stay on course. It does take some effort to be strategic with your objectives and mile markers, but when you do, you can achieve whatever it is that you want. On this day of your life, I believe God wants you to know that what a man can be, he must be. This need we call self-actualization. Abraham Maslow said that, and he was right. Inside of every living thing is an inner drive, a divine impulse to completely and wondrously self-express. That is, to be what it is totally. What is it you have always wished to be or do? Make this the time of your beginning and the moment of your manifestation. Don't wait another day. Love, your friend. That was by Neil Donald Walsh. My name is Jay Miller. I'm the founder of Haven Partners Group and a Prosperity Environments Catalyst. I promote and assist in creating other prosperity environments catalysts from within in Titans of Industry mastermind models and resort-style environments for those masterminds and other events. Our 3 levels of prosperity environments. You'll notice neither of the words in the topic of this talk were in it, goals and milestones. They were replaced by the investor and millionaire words of objectives and mile markers because of the pace at which the wealthy make decisions and how fast our worlds are colliding and changing in a good way this year alone. If you want to investigate more as the millionaires you already are in your bankable capacities, you can message me on LinkedIn at Suffix J Miller Official or calendly.com/J-Miller for a potential full hour of our irreplaceable time to discuss a feature article about you for your visibility or one of our other offers. What most don't know about me is 6 near-death experiences, thus the emphasis on the value of time. As importantly, I want to thank Kay Wagner for organizing this event and for her unique expertise in fostering millionaires. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I love that. I love that. You have such depth in your work, and I know you covered a lot of mile markers in there. We covered a long journey. Now, something caught my eye, caught my ear, actually. Something caught my ear. So you said you were talking about Maslow and self-actualization and millionaires and decision-making, and that wealthy people make decisions fast. That's what caught my ear. So tell us about that. What does that mean? Does that have a meaning regarding success? Does that have a meaning regarding what?
Well, it's interesting that you bring up Maslow and millionaires making quick decisions, because I was able to put a lot together and make sense of a lot of things that were happening in my life in the past when I was going through challenges, when I discovered Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We have to have certain basic things in place to be able to think on the next level. And millionaires are at a higher level because their basics are in place. And what it's up to us to do is to know where we are on that hierarchy, realistically speaking, by really looking deep within or seeing what's around us, that if our outer world doesn't reflect what our inner world wants, there's steps we need to take to get there. And when we reach a level, we find, when we're really diligent about it, that we do start to make those decisions faster because we have weeded out what does no longer works. And this thing that distinguishes millionaires from the people who might be struggling right now is they know what to say no to. It's not, there's millions of opportunities out there. There's abundance everywhere, but you have to know where you fit in, what you offer the world, and to say no to what doesn't work. It's that book, Between Good to Great. There's lots of great things out there, but what's going to take you to your next level to reach your audience for your own self-fulfillment and actualization, so that your life becomes one of bliss because you're fulfilling your purpose in the world. And I know that's a long answer, but I hope it's the right one there, or what you were looking for.
Well, I didn't have anything specific I was looking for, and I'm not sure if you answered this question specifically in what you said, but Yvonne asked, can you explain self-actualization?
You might,
Specifically.
I can give you my opinion of self-actualization, but it's knowing who you are, and your purpose is something that you decide. And so you become, you're not your physical body. Your soul is actually outside of you. And when you see where your place in the world and what you bring to it, and by becoming conscious of your energy and the energy around you, and educating yourself and studying what really fascinates you, what you're really gravitated toward, that's a step on the ladder. It's not the full answer because I'm not a shaman. I'm not the type of elite expert like someone like Kay or Dan Sullivan is that could give you a much better answer. But that's the concept.
Right. So here's something I find really fascinating, Jay, and I want to see if I'm on the right track with this. So when we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and you start on the bottom with the basic needs of food and housing and your basic physical needs, right? And then you move up through a couple layers or levels until you get to the top, which is self-actualization, where all of your physical, material, worldly needs are taken care of. And you are then free to have no worries about that, but to manage them, but to have no worries, no striving anymore. And you can be of service to the world in a nutshell, right? And sometimes we only put that in the reference, in the context of millionaires and billionaires. However, I find it fascinating to look at countries and states and locations in terms of Maslow's hierarchy. So I think the world would say that America is a self-actualized country. I think that we could look at different areas of the country and say they are more self-actualized. maybe not totally self-actualized, but further up the pyramid than just your basic needs, right? Do you think that is really like a crazy thought?
Yeah, in a way.
Okay.
No, this is not, I mean, you're absolutely right in terms of another person's point of view as to what they think America is. We're loved and we're hated,
Right.
you know, but I think of the personal trainer who's got the perfect body. He doesn't have to be a millionaire for a millionaire or billionaire to employ him, because he has something, he has a skill set or a capacity that that millionaire doesn't have. And if they had not combined forces or joined forces, not just as a millionaire hiring a trainer, but I've seen an example of, you know, he'll do the marketing for the gym and then they'll form a program that they would never have done separately. And that triples their income for both of them. So there's always a solution. Self-actualization in other countries and other currencies, we have social currency, we have relationship currency. It's not just money. And when you put the right currency in the right place, it manifests into money. And so to be resourceful and to be self-actualized, it's not about your bank account. It's about knowing what you have to offer the world and finding places where it's needed.
So that begs the question then, Jay, how do you find that out? How do you figure it out? That's a big question for people. Like, what am I here for? How do you help people figure that out?
Well, since COVID, since the pandemic, we've realized how people who have lots of money, first of all, 6 degrees of separation has gone from 2 to 0. And people are hanging out alone and it's lonely at the top. So they're sitting at home going out to play golf, or they're afraid to go out, and they're picking up the phone or they're answering emails. So it's everybody, and how this relates is that we make this assumption that people who have lots of money, you know, they've arrived, and some of them just had a particular goal and they got there, and it's like, now what? They want to find purpose, just like Dana was talking about. They want to totally turn the Queen Mary around in their corporation and make it values driven, where it didn't before. It was a token thing. Before the pandemic, giving 10% to charity was a politically correct thing. It wasn't a values thing. Now it has to be a values thing for those companies to be able to move into this new paradigm, the new currencies, and where the world is going, because we're not going back.
Right. So here's a question that came in for you. Does Jay, let me find it. Does Jay only work with 7-figure clients?
No, I do not. And that's a very good question. I want to make you a 7-figure client. So if you're not already there, or if you're halfway there or not there at all, I love being a master connector, where if I can't help you, and it's not about what you can afford. I've been on like surveys and questionnaires where people have these applications where if you don't say you have this amount of money, they don't even respond to you, which I think is extremely rude. Everyone is a millionaire in training. You just have to decide that's what you want. So if you have that deep desire and that drive, and you're at a place where you're willing to pull in the support or a coach or someone, like I said, accountability to get there, I would love to help you start or get to another level to double or triple your income.
So let's break this down and make it real. All right, so let's say everybody here wants to be in that, 7-figure range, right? And you talked about setting objectives and you talked about milestones. So in general, if I were to set that objective to get to 7 figures, how many milestones would there be along the way, do you think? Is this like a really long journey, a short journey? Is it like Sophia went up to the top of the mountain and back down again? What does the journey look like? And just give us some of the practical things, the pragmatic things that we can learn from, because we hear a lot of noise about 7 figures, right? There's a lot about that, the comma club and all of that kind of thing. And I tend to be a very pragmatic person. So I like to know what's the reality, the man behind the curtain, what's going on back there?
Well, I heard what's going on back there and the steps in between. And I see a comment that says that purpose changes as you learn and grow. And I totally agree. I've been studying Damon John, and anyone that signed up for a session with me, or if you even want more information, I can place some links here in the chat. That depends on, in terms of the steps in between and what's behind the curtain, it really comes back to you and doing a self-assessment of where you're at. And if you know, there are a couple of people here at this talk that have those assessments, and we overcomplicate things, we overthink things. And once we eliminate what no longer works and know what's really not working in our lives, that's when we can simplify and make those steps much shorter. Things can happen overnight, but it's a season. You've planted the seeds and it doesn't happen overnight. For some people, it takes 10 years to be the 10-year overnight success. Some people can do it in 3 months.
Mhm.
You know, it's really about being clear. And I find that more people are afraid of success than they are of failure. Because when they become successful, when they reach that next level, they're going to have to leave somebody or something behind. And that's scarier than falling on your face and just getting up and trying again, like a 3-year-old, like we all have to do.
And so what do you say to those folks? How do you get those to mile marker number 1?
The ones that are afraid of failure or of success, or the afraid of failure?
No,
Afraid of success?
Afraid of success. Yeah. I think
Okay.
that's the harder one.
Well, the first thing that comes into my head with that is once you decide you have a purpose and you decide what that purpose is, it doesn't fall from the sky, and that purpose does change as the view changes because you've reached another level and you're seeing what the possibilities are and you're not going back. There might be one person holding you back. It could be a relationship. It could be a family member. There might be practical steps that you need to take. But in serving your purpose, you're serving so many more people. You're not here to be tethered to a person or a group of small people. You're here to serve the world, and you have gifts that only you can give, only the way that you give it, and you're going to attract those people. That is going to determine your fortune. It's not wealth motivated. It's just doing things and exercising and executing and exploiting the gifts that you have and figuring out what those gifts are.
So the myth then that you're talking about is the myth that most of the world believes, which is that we are money motivated.
Yeah. I mean, we are. A lot of us are, especially in the United States. But what's happening right now is thank you for everything we do, everything we have, every single day, every single hour, every single minute is quantified and has a dollar value. If you need to put a dollar value on it, there was a study by salary.com that a mother who's a single mom or just a mother who runs a household, what her worth is. It's 6 figures because of the executive capacities of what she has to run in a household. In other words, everything she did, every task she did in organizing the home and the budget, everything was quantified. So she could be easily more valuable than someone who's in the corner office of a corporation, but that's her role. And I think especially women, we need to really understand how to quantify those skills. And then we have an objective that we want to reach. And what are we doing every single day by having written down those objectives? What am I doing today? What's a bad habit? And what is actually helping me to move the needle, like putting the big rocks in and the sand and the water come last.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly. Wonderful. Okay, we have just a few minutes left. And just, I've been putting your 2 links into the chat box. Okay, Sophia has a question before I go to that. Can you unmute yourself, Sophia?
Oh, I wanted to make a statement. I'm enjoying this conversation here about the self-actualizing because it's something that I process as well. But for me, I think this is where that redefining success comes in. where it's not just where we used to see where it's money motivated and if you have certain amount of money, then you're successful. We've seen that you can, you know, achieve success, especially with this confidence speaker, in a lot of different areas. And that those are the different aspects of things that may be the key to helping one person move their life forward. So it's not any one specific thing like, okay, we get the dollar amount and then we're successful. We're noticing that, you know, having that life of fulfillment and the values, the beliefs, all of those different things in place are the key to the success. And then that's what make you actually successful.
Thank you. I loved your talk and you're right on. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So Jay, we have 2 minutes. I would be remiss to not make a comment about 6 near-death experiences. And you may or may not want to share anything about that. And I totally respect your position on what you want to share. But I mean, that kind of blew me away.
Yeah. We think that something is scary and then something else happens to make that look small. So we have certain social conditioning. I had a revelation not long ago that everybody on the planet has been through some sort of trauma, which is why I kind of bristled about these people who have these niches that they call trauma survivors. We all are. And so that said, I grew up in an abusive home. So our subconscious normalizes that. We don't have a basis for comparison for what being treated well is. So we're attracted to relationships that are familiar to us, but not necessarily good for us. So that said, I was in 2 domestic violence situations with 2 successive boyfriends or partners. And then I got cancer. And having had cancer, the other situation was so overwhelming that the cancer was just like a bump in the road. It's like, okay, what do we do with this? I go get radiation, I go get treatment, but my survival was really in my domestic situation. And then that caused a collapse in my spine from the radiation. And I don't talk about it a whole lot, but it's not, you know, you can get radiation that goes through your entire body, and it softened my spine. And not only did I have to have 1 spine total reconstruction, but 3 years later, it had to happen again. And I was never more scared in my life. And both times I thought I was going to wake up or not wake up and not be here anymore. And both times I was here. So it's like God has a sense of humor that I'm still supposed to be here and do something. And I'm a former athlete. So it got to a place where I didn't recognize the person in the mirror anymore, having aged, and that 20 years goes by just like that. And you have to redefine yourself. And we only have this moment. We're not our past. We only have what we want and what we do from here on out. And it really always bugged me about how people say, oh, everything is your total responsibility. Everything is your total responsibility once you decide it's your responsibility. You're not responsible for what happened to you when you're a child. So, you know, I don't like the people that say that, or I don't like that being said, because it's really from here, this moment on, we take responsibility for what we're going to do.
Right. Well said. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate the depth and breadth of your thought. And I know that we could probably talk like all day long, right? But we have come to the end of our time. So thank you so much. Everybody give Jay a round of applause. And thank you so much for being part of our summit. We really appreciate you.
Thanks for inviting me. It's been an honor.
Thank you. And now we are at the top of the hour, and we are going to begin again. For those of you who have been with us on this summit, thank you for joining us. This summit is produced by the Confident Speaker Program. It is a program where we work together as a group. All 11 speakers are part of this program. And we have worked together to pull this summit together to present these insights, these stories of encouragement, of overcoming various barriers, hurdles, and specific ways that you too can become a success story. If you want any information about the Confident Speaker Program, just put it in the chat box and I'll make sure that I get in touch with you later. We'll be going into our next round of the Confident Speaker beginning in June. So let's begin with our next speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm your host and producer for this summit, where we have 11 speakers who are bringing you their stories and ways that you too can become a success story. Everyone wants their life to be a blockbuster success story. We all want that highlights reel, but we all have different definitions of what success means. And being a success in life means that you are a well-rounded person, that you have, that you are balanced in life and in work and your business. And our speakers are sharing with you specific ways that you can become a success story, sharing helpful tips, action steps, and deep, deep insight from the stories, the personal stories that they're sharing with you. And now we are going to have Peggy Bell share with us mastering your time management skills. Peggy, unmute yourself and the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Kay. Oh, I'll get to that someday. You know, I've always wanted to do that, but I just never had the time to do it. How do people find the time to do all of these things? I just don't get it. Do any of these sound familiar? Perhaps maybe you've even said them or thought them yourself. If so, you're not alone. It happens with many. People want to achieve their dreams and their goals, but they never find the time to make it happen. So they take those dreams and goals and they put them on the would-be back burner of life, always wondering, what if, or if only. The time we have to reach our goals is not endless. We are only on this earth temporarily, and we don't know our expiration date. So it's important to make use of the time that we do have. We all have 24 hours in a day, but it's what we do with those 24 hours that count. We know people that can get so much done in a day's time, and yet we know others whose would-be achievements seem to vanish down this dark hole of lost time. The difference between those two is how they manage their time. If you don't manage your time, you're losing precious minutes and even hours that could be getting you closer to the goal that you not only desire, but deserve in your life. And so you may be wondering, how do I better manage my time so I can reach my goals? I'm glad you asked. Today, we're going to look at 4 areas that can help you do just that. And the first area is to live in the present. Living in the present means you're putting all of your attention on whatever it is that you're doing. You're not living in the past and you're not living in the future. Now, I have to confess, I used to be pretty bad about living in the present. Regrets of the past would pop up into my thoughts often. And the anxiousness I felt about what might or might not happen in the future consumed me. There was no space left in my mind to live in the present. And then one day, I had a wake-up call, a quite unfortunate one, that taught me not only the value of living in the present, but the necessity. But before I tell you that, I want to tell you a little bit about who I am. My name is Peggy Bell. I'm a personal development educator. I'm also a best-selling author and co-author. I help women move forward in life, usually after they've had some kind of loss, to help them rediscover their purpose and their joy. The big wake-up call I mentioned is why I do what I do, and it's why I'm here today. You see, one morning in 2009, I left home a happily married woman of 30 years. My married life was part of my present life. And I returned home just a few hours later to find myself a widow. My married life had become my past that quickly. I wanted to be married and I wanted my husband. I did not want to move forward. So I stayed in the dark, painful throes of grief for a long time until it became apparent that I could no longer stay in the past because the past was just that. It was the past. I couldn't live there. So I took the regrets of the past that no longer served me and I released them from my life. And those happy moments, I tucked them in my heart for safekeeping and I moved forward. The future, you can't control the future. We had so many plans for our golden years that never happened. The only thing you can control is the present. The only thing you can control is what's happening right now. I'll revisit living in the past and those back burner dreams a little bit later because they're that important. But for right now, let's look at the second way to improve our time management. And that is, do not multitask. Multitasking is when you are doing several things at once, believing that you're more efficient. Listen up. That's a big lie. Research has shown that you are not more efficient. In fact, think about it. If you're doing several things at once, it's impossible to give 100% of your attention to each thing. And because you're only giving your partial attention, the chances for mistakes increase. And some of those mistakes can be detrimental, not only to your job or your career, but also your personal life. So don't multitask. I remember reading a banner once that said, multitasking, screwing up several things at once. And I laughed and I said, that banner says it all. So don't buy into the hype. Don't buy into the big lie. Do not multitask. Number 3 on our list today is do not procrastinate. Procrastination wastes so much time and it steals from your future. Saying that you're going to do something tomorrow will not work because let me let you in on a little secret. Tomorrow is not real. Tomorrow is not on the calendar. So stop using that as an excuse. Putting things off is not going to make things more interesting, less difficult, or less boring. I mean, let's face it, some things we just have to do in life. So get it done, and you won't have to use mental energy thinking about it over and over. As a child growing up, our mother used to use that quote from Benjamin Franklin, don't put off tomorrow what you can do today. And when we had chores to do or schoolwork that we didn't feel like doing, she would say that quote. Well, that was code for get off your rear end, get it done, and get it done now. And so we did. But how I hated that quote growing up. As I got older, I realized old Ben was right, and so is my mother. Do not procrastinate. And that brings us to the 4th and final way that we're going to talk about today to improve our time management, and that is to create a daily schedule. Creating a daily schedule is almost like a dividing line between getting things done and chaos. I can attest to this. You see, I used to be a procrastinator. I guess maybe I rebelled against that Benjamin Franklin quote from my childhood. But when I didn't want to do things because they were boring or difficult, I would convince myself to take a quick break just to get away from it. And I would get lost in time, checking text messages and emails and social media accounts. And before I knew it, an hour or more had passed. And I wouldn't just do that once. Sometimes I did it more than once in a day. And then I wondered why I wasn't productive at the end of the day. Have you ever been tempted to take those quick breaks? Let me know in chat. I'm curious. Now, don't get me wrong, breaks are important and breaks are necessary. I mean, we're human beings after all, we're not robots. But the key is to get your breaks built into your schedule and stick to your time frame. And you're going to be surprised and even amazed at just how much more productive your day can be. A word of caution, however, some people want to get their schedules so elaborate and so detailed that Superman himself would probably have trouble completing everything in a day. But while it may look impressive, you're not going to feel very good if you have to leave a lot undone because you ran out of time. So a good rule of thumb is, if it's too difficult for Superman, it's probably too difficult for you. So scale it back and make it realistic. So to recap those 4 ways, do live in the present. Do not multitask. Do not procrastinate, and do create a daily schedule. At the beginning of this talk, I spoke about how the time we had to reach our goals was not endless. I spoke about getting those dreams off the back burner, and I spoke about living in the present. Living in the present means you're living your life with intention. You're not wasting it on regrets of the past or worries of the future like I did years ago. Instead, you're going to be taking action every day that is going to be getting you closer and closer to your goal. I want you to remember this. A goal without action remains only a dream. Let me repeat that. A goal without action remains only a dream. And dreams alone, my friends, will not make your goals a reality. That action part is going to probably require that you leave your comfort zone. And for many, leaving your comfort zone can be a scary thing. I know, I understand that. But let me just suggest that you take a deep breath, take the first step, and keep moving. It will be all right. You see, it's beyond your comfort zone where opportunities await. And it's beyond your comfort zone where magic can happen for your life. Things you never even dreamed of. I know they happened for me. One of my favorite quotes is from Joseph Campbell, and he says, "The cave you fear to enter holds the treasure you seek." I believe that cave represents the unknown, that outside of our comfort zone. And the treasure is everything life has to offer. Aren't you ready to go after your treasure? As you can tell, I'm passionate about helping people get those dreams and goals off the back burner and putting a plan in action to make them a reality. Why am I so passionate? Because I saw how it changed my life, and I wanted to change yours too. You don't have to live your life always wondering what if or if only. So to help you do that, I created a brand new workbook that I call It's Your Time to Shine. And in it, I have important information about time and how it relates to different parts of your life. There's also a section that has positive quotes and affirmations. These will be very helpful on those days you get discouraged and you're tempted to retreat back to your comfort zone. Use those to keep you motivated and to keep you moving forward. And the last part, and probably the most important, is a part to self-reflect, to dive deep within you to see what it is that you still want and desire in your life and how to make it happen. So download the workbook today You deserve a life that is happy and fulfilled. Do it now because there is no tomorrow. I know that you can do it, and I know that you can succeed. And I'll leave you with this final thought. We are all here for a purpose. Go out and find your purpose and live it without regret, because life is too short to live it any other way. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much. I put your link in the chat box, and
Thank you.
You bet. Everyone can go and grab Peggy's link and get the download. So Peggy, I'm going to do a quick check here and see if we have some questions. And while I'm looking at that, I just want to ask you about your transition. You told your story, right? And you lost your husband abruptly. And that then laid the groundwork, or coming out of that perhaps laid the groundwork for the work that you're doing now. And would you tell our audience a little more detail about how all of that, I don't want to just call it darkness, but that period of time helped to inform the work that you're doing now?
I was a teacher for 40 years before this. And so when I retired in 2017, and I decided I thought I was just going to be doing my writing, and that's all I was going to be doing. My first book that I went to that was nonfiction, I was writing fiction before, was a book for widows. And it was during that time, writing that book and reliving it all, as painful as it was, it made me find my message in my mess. And it made me realize there's more to this, and I need to share this story, and I need to help others. Because if one person can have less hurt than what I went through, then it would all be worth it. And so that's kind of how the whole thing started, with, getting my certification in life coaching and learning the personal development realm, and continuing to write nonfiction instead of fiction. I felt like, as horrible as his death was, when I did come out of that grief, and when I realized that I could no longer live in the past, I came out so much stronger, and I came out so much more energetic and independent. And I saw that was a good thing. And so that was my message within my mess. And that's what I wanted to share with people, was to offer hope that we can go through loss of losing a spouse, or divorce, or loss of job, or a business, but it's not the end. As long as we have breath in us, we can move forward, and we can find hope, and we can come up with answers. We're never too old. We're never too anything. If we have the desire, we have the why, and we have the purpose, we can go after anything. And that's why I do what I do today.
That's wonderful. And Peggy, I especially love that phrase, the message in the mess, because we all have messes in one way or another throughout our lives. We have multiple messes that have a message if we're open to, to learning from them and being able to craft a
You
message.
just have to look for them.
Yeah, you
They're
just have
always
to look.
there.
Yeah, they're always there. So I want to ask you a couple questions about some of the specifics of what you were talking about in your talk. So I'm probably like a lot of people, right? I start out with a schedule, which very quickly goes to hell in a handbasket, right? Do you have any wisdom, any insight for people like me who, let's just say, if you saw what else was around here, like there's just a lot going on in our world. And we live right now in this, what I call this two-dimensional world, right? You're on Zoom, I'm on Zoom. Everybody's here on Zoom, but it's like a two-dimensional world. So we create these schedules, and there's a whole science behind them. I understand that, priorities and what you do first and what you do second and what you do later. Here's the conundrum for a lot of us. Not all of us have the power over our time because we have given that power over our time to our clients. We have agreed that they will get certain periods of time. And in my case, as it is with many people, people schedule into my calendar. And that changes my schedule. So I have tried many things like only doing emails at certain times, but to some degree, my business is in emails. Only checking things at certain times. I don't know if there's any hope for me, Peggy. What say you?
I found that I used to try to make my schedule like for the week, with my makeup day being like Saturday. But that wasn't as effective for me as making it as daily. And what I found helpful for me was to allow more time to do something than I actually thought it would, so that I do have that wiggle room to, if something extends itself, or, and then I have time built in at the end because I'm a night owl rather than the morning person. So that if I didn't get to something that day, I've got some time to work on it at night. There's always going to be something that's going to interrupt your schedule. I mean, we don't live by minute to minute, and things are going, life happens for all of us. And so we just have to go into making a schedule, making it be the best that we can, but understanding that sometimes things are going to happen. We're going to have to make adjustments. And I think it's all about being flexible. And yeah, you're right. Some people say do the most difficult task first thing, you get it off, get it done with. It makes you feel better that the rest of the day is going to be lighter because you've gotten that big one accomplished. I think it all depends on your personality too, and how you work. I checked my email first thing in the morning, and then it was the last thing I would check in the evenings. And then in the middle of that, I didn't bother with it unless I had some time cancellation or something that I could do. But I can really get stuck on emails and text messaging. So I had to have more self-discipline where this is the times I was going to check it, because I knew that was one of my weaknesses in my work day, because I guess it's the writer in me, I start writing and then I continue and I lose track of time. So that was one of the triggers for me, and I needed to know that I wasn't going to allow that to just happen all day long if a notification popped up.
Mhm.
And I guess it depends on the business, like what you're saying on yours. So I think schedules have to be individualized. It's not like one schedule will work for everybody.
For everybody, yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
several of us are having trouble finding the links to Peggy's things.
Okay.
I
Are
wonder
you?
if you could repost those, or
Yes. Are you seeing it in the chat box?
yes, I'm not seeing it in the chat box. A couple of us had questions about it.
Okay, I have posted it a couple of times. Let me
Oh,
post it
goodness.
again. All right, so I am posting it now.
We got Jay's. That was the last one I saw.
Okay, I just posted Peggy's again. Did you get that?
Not yet.
It's not
Neither
in
you,
the-
Yvonne, you aren't getting it either. Okay.
Okay, so that is very odd.
Are you posting it to everyone, Kay, or has it gone on to someone specific?
It
Aha.
says from me to everyone. Yes, I see what the issue is. Sorry. So have you not been seeing any of the messages that I've typed in during Peggy's
Oh.
speech?
No, as a matter of fact, come to think of it, now that I'm looking at it, no.
Because I've been typing the whole time.
I am not seeing, I've seen everybody else's, but I don't know, maybe somebody else.
The link just came up, Kay.
Okay. All right. I saw what the issue was and we have that corrected.
Thank you. I've got it.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mary. I appreciate you alerting me to that. And everyone, you can save the chat. If you don't know how to save the chat, if you look at the chat box where you would put in a message, it says file on the right side, and then there are 3 dots. You can go to those 3 dots and it will say save chat, and that will save the chat to your local computer.
The link says page not found. It didn't, the URL didn't complete. If you look at it in
Oh,
there,
it didn't complete.
right.
All right, let me try it again. Thanks for checking that, Yvonne. You want to check that again? Yes? Okay. I'm sorry, Peggy, for the troubles, but now everybody has it and it's in your chat box.
Fine.
So save your chat again. Please save your chat again. We just have a couple more minutes left, Peggy. And I'm sorry we had to take that time to get all that done. So Dr. Bart says, my key question when I'm planning is, am I managing time or is time managing me? That's a very good question. And Jill says, I block out time, thinking time, research time, and me time every day, and only allowing clients into those blocks if it really is an emergency. Sometimes you have to train them too. Well, I can tell you, Jill, they've all trained me. That's for sure. Peggy, before we have to go, tell us the title of your latest book. I know that you just had a new book launch, and tell our audience the title of the book and where they can find it.
Here it is. Okay, my latest book is called Midlife Season to Perfection. It's not a crisis, it's an opportunity. And it's all about the joys of midlife, and that it doesn't have to be the crisis everybody talks about, that getting older can actually be freeing and it can be a good thing. And it's available on Amazon.
Great.
Thank you, Kay.
You bet. Thank you so much. And I just want to put that in the chat box, available on Amazon, and I put the title in there as well. So we wish
Thank
you all the
you.
best with the book launch. It looks like a very interesting read. And so we are now at the time for our new speaker. Peggy, I want to say job well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
We
Kay.
appreciate, yes, we appreciate you. And thank you for being here and sharing your wisdom with us. And so now we are ready for our next speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, that means you. Hi, I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm your host and producer for this exciting summit where you'll learn 11 ways you can become a success story. Everyone wants their life to be a blockbuster success story. We all want those highlight reels, but we all have different definitions of what success means. Being a success in life means that you are well balanced, that you're well rounded both in life, in work, in your business. And our 11 speakers are sharing with you specific ways you can become a success story, sharing their helpful tips, their action steps, and their deep insight. And so up next, we have Lee Lytle, who is going to tell us, don't set yourself up for failure. Lee Lytle, the mic is yours. Go for it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Kay. You can hear me okay? That's good. Wow, what a wonderful afternoon, and welcome everybody here for this Wednesday and for taking time to connect with all of us. And what a wonderful, inspirational, summit we've had so far. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about failure and how we set ourselves up for failure. Research has determined that we need about 15% of our lives to be lived through this experience of failure to live an optimum life. Learning is optimized when we fail 15% of the time. So in many ways, we do need failures and it's healthy. However, what about when we set ourselves up for failure, where we ourselves create our own problems that hinder success? I want you to reflect on a couple of questions before we begin. How many here have caught yourself realizing that you yourself have caused your own difficulties and that you yourself have caused setbacks with your own thinking and actions? And the second one is, ultimately, we must accept responsibility for our actions and our own thinking as it relates to failure. Step one is that we admitted it. So some areas I'd like to discuss today are areas where we must focus on one thing. And also, you need to be smart with your time. We talked about time. You need to embrace the small things. You're not Superman or Superwoman, so hang up the cape. And also identifying the signs of overload. But before I continue, let me tell you who I am. I want to share with you today about my story of failure. Failure to me was more of an experience of deep shame and profound feelings of inadequacy and a sense of not belonging anywhere or anything in this life. These intense experiences began when I was the victim of childhood trauma. This affected every fiber of my life, how I connected with others, my striving for success, and perceptions about failure. These false messages I had to tell myself for so long helped me survive through certain levels of life. But at some point, I had to change the narrative if I wanted to survive. You see, I always saw the term success to be more related to just wanting to live and find purpose. It wasn't so much in the realm of how I would become financially stable or provide service to the world through a career. Again, I had to change the story from victim to survivor in all areas of my life. And we need to think about what we can learn about being free from how failure affects us and having an additional responsibility of unlearning ways of where we are constantly setting ourselves up for setbacks, creating our own barriers. So why do we bring upon these roadblocks for ourselves? Maybe lack of confidence, maybe low self-esteem. Unlearning old ways and narratives and messages about how we set ourselves up for failure, to me, is key. And there's a psychology to this. When we start to look at it through unlearning, we see where there have been many patterns where we have set ourselves up for failure. And one pattern that I've noticed for myself is self-sabotage. This is one area I can relate to as being a huge barrier for me. I used to say that I had a PhD in self-sabotage. and as I looked at it more and more, I started to see not just excuse me, areas in my life where I was afraid of failure. Excuse me. One second. Not just areas where I was afraid of failure, but I was afraid of success. So I started to see my part in these difficulties. And stemming from that is having an inability to tolerate good, positive things in my life. And there's a lot more research around that now for not just trauma survivors, but those of us have gone through major changes and transformations in our life. There's more and more research and talk about how a lot of the barriers is for us to have this inability to tolerate the good, positive changes that are happening in our life. When I started to heal and get into my academic and vocational life, I was met with new challenges about success and failure that I needed to adapt to. As I mentioned, we must focus on one thing. You need time to grow into what it is that you want to become in your life. When you try to do everything at once, be good at everything instantly. You're like the captain of a cruise ship who tries to do everything himself, such as running the ship and entertaining the guests at the same time. We all know in our current climate, we are being drawn to more distractions. Identifying patterns and developing more internal boundaries with how we meet our needs socially, vocationally, personally will help us focus. Setting boundaries takes time because for many of us, we have to uncover areas where we have established poor boundaries to begin with ourselves and with others. When I was busy healing, I used to see people around me that were successful, and I wanted that so bad. I thought I would never reach this. But then I started to see what they were doing. They had firm boundaries with their life, which helped them focus on their goals. The second point is you need to be smart with your time. For a creative like me, it was challenging to look at the technical aspects of what I can do to each day to avoid failures and to reach these successes for myself. And as we know, it's very common, for example, that we have to-do lists. For many of us, to-do lists work, but it has to become a fine art. For example, who doesn't love a shiny new to-do list? They're brimming with possibility and hope, but they're also known as a disappointment list because some tasks don't get done. The biggest way that people screw up is an overloading themselves, and they created daily to-do list that's too big. So yes, you do need a list. Yes, you do need to get the stuff on it done, but you have to plan your list in a way that's smart, realistic. Most people, when they create their list, aren't thinking about how long these tasks take or how long they're going to take to complete. So they write a list out that's as tall as they are, and when they only get 5 things or so checked off, they feel like a failure instead. And when you write your list, you want to put a time guesstimate next to that task. This will give you a general idea of what you can do to get done without overloading yourself. When the day is done, you need to go back to your list and write down how much time it actually took to complete. The third point is you have to embrace the small things. You know why you feel like you're drowning in overload, why you've got so much on your plate that you're stressed out and want to throw a tantrum, whether you have a 2-year-old denied a cookie. This area of teaching ourselves to look at the smaller things, in my view, is one of the most challenging aspects a person may have to go through. I think it's because we equate success with busyness and productivity. And society has taught us that the more we define our experiences this way, the more difficult it is for us to slow down. But I see more people realizing this a need for this. When I was younger and I went through my traumatic experiences, I remember I needed to stop and slow down and to find things around me that could help me embrace the small things. And I'll tell you a short little story. When I was a young boy, I used to love nature and going and spending time in nature. And quite often I would recognize in the area of where we lived, there was many anthills in our backyard. And I used to stop and just examine these anthills. And I was just fascinated. And it took me into this whole other world that I needed to know that I needed to focus on something. So I was watching them going in and out of the hole, and they were working and they were planning their, organizing the beautiful orchestra of what they do and what nature does. And sometimes I find that as an adult now, I need to stop and look at those small things that are going on around me, and I spend time in nature. So when my life is getting full of stress and I'm getting overwhelmed, I'm trying to strive for success, I'm having setbacks with failure, I find this is very, very effective for me to go and stop and look at the small things. And what about that saying when we actually stop and smell the flowers? Has anybody here actually done that? I have, and I love it. In our digital world, we know it's hard to find and discover more time to do those things, especially time in nature, to rejuvenate, debrief, contemplate, reflect, and process. And this gives us new meaning for our experiences. The fourth point, you're not Superwoman or Superman, so hang up the cape. You can set yourself up for failure so easily. It's hard to catch it happening sometimes because overload is sneaky. You do a little, then you do a little more, then a little more, and then all of a sudden, boom, your life is getting caught up with taking care of stuff and falling into bed. It's very subtle how we can add things onto our plate. If you feel that all you ever do is work or take care of things, that's a good sign that you're dealing with overload. Look at your life right now. You might be in neck deep in it. You might be dealing with too much stuff at work because you're trying to get a new career off the ground, or maybe you're trying to find a new career that you'd love. At home, your life might be one big errand, one big chore. You feel like you're so busy taking care of 100 things that you don't even have time to breathe. Working here in a remote village, I'll share briefly my story in Attawapskat First Nation. When I first came here, I had that Superman cape, character that I thought that I could take on a lot more than I could. And I love that saying that says, we can bite off more than we can chew. And so my career here, what I do now currently in working in community mental health, I learned that the hard way. I needed to look at hanging up the cape where I was trying to do things that were way beyond what I had the ability to do. The fifth point is identifying the signs of overload. I don't know if anybody's heard of that quote or that saying, name it, claim it, and tame it. It's one of the most favorite things that I've learned and incorporated into my life. Name it, claim it, and tame it. So in the process of looking at managing our failures and successes and identifying the signs of overload, it's important to stop and notice and identifying what is happening. So looking at the side effects that we each have individually. When you try to do too much too soon, it creates a messy mind. All sorts of mental clutter will show up and start demanding your time. You'll be reminded of all the things you think you need to do, so you'll jump on it, sometimes right in the middle of one project. You wouldn't try to host a party in a messy house. You'd spend time organizing and cleaning and making sure that you were prepared for the event. So then why would you try to change your life in the middle of a mental mess? You create a mental mess when you give in to overload, but it doesn't have to be that way. Overload is something that is within your control. They say no is one of the most difficult words for people to say. Uncovering areas where we set ourselves up for failure will take work. One day when I was talking with a good friend about self-sabotage, for example, and the work that I had to go around and uncovering where I was putting myself into these positions and how I criticized myself for not meeting my goals in life, personally and vocationally, and constantly putting energy into my failures, I was very discouraged. And he said to me, no matter how far down the scale you have gone, your experience will benefit others. So this is true. Our experience of failures and sharing where we have learned to avoid these roadblocks may help others that come into our path in our life. And even though we may not succeed in our original goals, sharing our experiences can bring hope to others. So sharing those experiences can bring hope to others. In summary, you must focus. I'll just review the topics that we talked about. Number one, you must focus on one thing. 2, you need to be smart with your time. 3, you have to embrace the small things. 4, you're not Superman or Superwoman, so hang up the cape. And 5, identify the signs of overload. I would like to offer you 1 hour free session in self-discovery to connect with me, where I can help you uncover your story about failures and discover your barriers, help you create contentment by gaining self-awareness in your daily process of learning about who you are and your purpose. And you may reach me through my email, leelidle12@gmail.com. Thank you very much, Kay, and thank you all for allowing me time to share my story.
Thank you, Lee. Bravo. Wonderful. So wonderful to hear your story and to hear those very specific things that we can do so that we don't self-sabotage ourselves. So I am curious about a few things, Lee, and that is you mentioned that you are working in the mental health area and doing First Nation work, and I believe in Northern Canada. Is that right?
Yes, I've been up here in Northern Canada working in a community, a small village, Indian village, where there's a lot of poverty and health issues and drugs and alcohol addiction. So yeah.
And can you tie the work that you're currently doing, right? And that part of your work, how do you see that tying into your journey from the healing that you've done, the inner work that you've done, where you are now? And then I know there's a future for you. What can you share with us what you see your path being?
Interestingly enough, I think what I've loved about our talk so far is that I always go back into the internal world that we have. And I love those discussions we have about science and cognition and emotional intelligence. And the amount of research that I've been able to do looking at what how we define failures and success in this environment that I'm in has given me a deeper understanding of the need to really look at internally forming and shaping how we become successful in our life without depending upon outside sources or resources. Because in the environment here, with if that makes sense, with a lot of challenges with the poverty in the First Nations and lack of resources, for example, and we talk about there's a term, social determinants of health. We don't all have the access to those things that can help us achieve success. So sometimes we have to learn how to look at internally how we can manage and cope with things. With my trauma history, I didn't have the skills and abilities to reach out and to find resources that could help me, like we talked earlier about the self-actualization and building those basics to reach a self-actualization. I just simply didn't have those skills and the behaviors and the coping skills to learn to find things that can help me achieve things until I started to do that healing work that I needed to do.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. Helen asked the question or says, please say more about the requirement for 15% of failure. I think you mentioned that early on in your talk.
Yeah, this was research that was done in 2019 out of the University of Arizona. And basically they just are looking at having an awareness that the research that they've done is that the successful people that have achieved success have realized that around that time of, in our lives, that if we embrace and are experiencing 15% of failure, that it optimizes our success, because we can go through it and we can learn from our failures and have an awareness of how that motivates us and drives us to more success. So it's a perfect tool. For example, if you look at some of the research now just relating to trauma recovery, we know that a buzzword is triggers. For example, that those that have gone through tragedy or traumas, we go through triggers. So they're doing more research and dialogue now around where it's actually helpful to understand where triggers can be helpful for us instead of causing us distress, which in most cases they do. They describe triggers as being a portal for us to go into doing the work that's necessary to heal. And there's a great necessity for that to happen.
So, so let's talk about triggers. You were just talking about them, portals to the soul. And many people, I believe, fight triggers. They don't want to be triggered. We don't want to go down that painful pathway. And so if you can just say a little more about that triggers and the portals to the soul. To me, that says, you know, that portals to the soul, maybe you're taking your pain out of your head and it's going into your heart. And that's why it's painful. Would that be kind of the correct way to look at that?
Absolutely. I mean, it's painful it's growing pain. So understanding in our cognition, for example, look at the science of it. You know, where we're setting ourselves up for barriers with our thinking process and allowing ourselves to go into our hearts and then into our soul, you know, is a great journey. Is a great journey. A friend of mine says that's the longest journey sometimes a person has to make, is from here to here. And so that transformation is very painful, right? Because we need a way to bridge that, and triggers and some of the difficulties in our awareness of setbacks and roadblocks and the pain of us resisting those is where we're building that bridge from our mind to our heart to you know, give us that freedom to not self-sabotage, to keep moving forward with our goals and our plans where we want to succeed in life.
Right. And with healing, I think comes scar tissue, is kind of how I describe it, like healing, forgiving yourself, transformation, healing, all of that. I may be wrong, but it's not like erasing a chalkboard, right? It has some kind of scar tissue in us. And is it our job, Lee, do you think, to learn to love that scar tissue, or healing is not just a moment in time, but an ongoing process?
Absolutely. All we can do is love our scar tissue. All we can do is look at you know, this process of us learning and unlearning and having discouragements, being discouraged in life, as all building towards this one part of what I call is just being compassionate towards ourselves and self-love and loving ourselves for who we are, for everything that we are and everything that we've, the whole self, and just you know, loving all the muckiness and the tragedy and everything, and also you know, giving ourselves compassion for that, but also loving where we are achieving things in life.
Well said. Well said. Jill has a comment. I think it's Jill. Yeah. We are sentient beings designed to feel, and often we block those feelings. Over time, they stack as we resist the triggers over again, and the pain becomes overwhelming when eventually the crisis arises. Addiction can often be, oops, I lost it, linked to this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when I was reading that and what Joe was talking about there, I was talking about how, you know, a lot of times with this research that I've done on myself with self-awareness, and then the work I do and everything, there seems to be a built-in mechanism within us that sometimes it's very mysterious where that is, but it seems to show itself more and more when we are going through those growing pains that I mentioned about. So when I mean, it's not like you wake up in the morning and say, yeah, I'm ready to feel crisis today. Or I wake up in the morning and I want to be triggered today so that I can go into an emotional relapse and maybe have a depressive episode for 2 weeks and fall into addiction and fall into, you know, so, but it's recognizing that maybe just a little bit of a preparation, that we're prepared to cope and handle with any of those triggers or setbacks in life that happen. And to me, that is also discovering with this process of mind, body, and soul, that you know, there's a hidden mechanism that's in there that's built in. And if you want to call it a soul, I call it a soul, that is there to sort of like make sure those paths are always kind of getting signaled together to work for a common purpose for us to survive, maybe for our soul's survival.
Right. And Peggy also adds, our scar tissue is part of who we are. Embrace it, knowing you have been able to move past it, but let it keep you aware of where you don't want to go back to. Right. So thank you. Lee, I want to thank you for being here. I love your vulnerability. I love your deep, deep insight. And I'm just so happy that you're part of the summit and that you're here to share. I know it's cold up there where you are. So we want to send you all the warmth from the group that we can. And thank you. We appreciate what you're doing, where you are, and for everyone else as well.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, and now we are coming up to the top of the hour and our next speaker. We have 1 or 2 minutes until we get there. And until we start our next session, I'm going to ask to do another round of rapid recall. For those of you who are not familiar with rapid recall is your aha moment of either the talk that you just heard from Lee or prior talks, if you've been here for other speakers as well, the summit in general or specific talks. If you would go ahead and put in the chat box your aha comments, your what we call takeaways, your rapid recall, we would really appreciate that going forward. Name it, claim it, tame it. That's coming up as a takeaway, Lee. I love that statement. That is really great. Another one, what gets our attention makes us engage in how we self-motivate. And another one, embracing your scars, love your scar tissue, embracing your scars. The summit is opening ideas and thoughts for ways to really build success. Love each of the talks. Everyone has so much to offer. And the 15%, I thought the 15% also was really an intriguing idea. Another comment, growing pains are not from growing, but from what we are not learning. That's very interesting as well. Okay, my friends, we are at the top of the hour. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, Lee, for your talk. And we are going to move into our next speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story, yes, you. I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm your host and producer for this exciting summit. And we have 11 speakers who are giving you ideas, tips, and insight into how you too can become a success story. And as we all know, everyone wants their life to be a success story. We'd all like it to be a blockbuster hit, a highlights reel, but we all have different definitions of what success actually means. Being a success in life means that you're well balanced in your life and your work and your business. And our 11 speakers are sharing specific ways that you can become a success story. They're sharing helpful tips, action steps, and deep insight with their stories. So up next, we have with us Jill. Jill Stevenson is on deck. Crave knowledge and become the change maker in your life. Jill, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who's come onto the summit today to listen, and also to those people who will be listening to it or watching it on replay. Yes, today I'm going to talk about craving knowledge and how by doing so you can become the change maker in your life. Fake it till you make it's a popular phrase, isn't it? It means that you pretend to have the confidence that you need until you develop the mindset for real. But over the years, I've really found that a lack of confidence often stems from not having the knowledge that you need in that particular area. So today I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour through some insights into how by craving, absorbing, and then using valuable, relevant knowledge to you can both build your abilities and your self-belief to enable you to become confident in whatever you choose to pursue. And I'm going to share my experience of how that plays out in the workplace and when you're leading teams. So hold on to your hats and let's hope my voice is still with me by the end. Let's take a quick view of why continuous learning really matters. Now, the brain, we've all got one, and they're amazing organs that have the capacity to generate new neurons and connections well into your elder years if you feed them with knowledge and use them. You can create new neural pathways and change your response to situations simply by actively applying new thoughts. And the key word here is actively. You've heard of the phrase, use it or lose it. I think we all have, but it's really feed it and grow it. And if you do, you have the potential to become the author of change in your own life. And it all starts with learning. So learning brings you fresh ideas and perspectives and can cause you to look at the world around you in a different way. And by asking questions and applying knowledge from one area to another, it enables you to find solutions to your problems. So when you think about knowledge, perhaps it's good to consider it to be like having a savings account of great options that you can draw on when you need them. The more learning you put into the account, the more knowledge that you have to withdraw when you come up against any obstacle in your life. What happens when you don't learn is that you can stay stuck in the same old ideas, trying to use the same paths to success that have consistently failed you in the past, or at the very least not got you half the way to gaining the results that you really want. I think it was Einstein, wasn't it, who said, insanity is doing the same things over and over and expecting different results. Learning and putting it into action creates your future, but so conversely does inaction. You just need to decide what future you want. So you may be wondering, who am I to preach about learning? My name's Jill Stevenson, and I'm a coach, mentor, and business consultant at Partners for Growth. And I work with owners and managers of small and medium-sized enterprises, helping them to fast-track their business success. And I do that really by bringing together my business and my team leadership experience and combining those with the daily knowledge gathering that I do through reading research, attending webinars, listening and speaking with business leaders. And through a combination of training, coaching, and mentoring, I'm able to bring to my clients proven strategies and tactics to help them build highly competitive businesses and develop their own skills and inner strength to lead their teams through business growth with confidence. And I can't explain to you how different this is to when I first started out in my first role as a team leader and manager. Having been recruited into a new company, I well remember my first day walking into the hallowed room, the size of 2 tennis courts. It was huge, where the senior managers all had the big offices around the outside, glass fronted. We called them the goldfish bowls. And the rest of us more lowly team managers and leaders occupied the sectioned off spaces in the open plan office, which were affectionately known as the pig pens. My manager showed me to my pig pen on my first day. He showed me my desk, my phone, my computer, a pile of floppy disks. Yeah, that was data storage before CD-ROMs, before data sticks, before the cloud. There were rows of files and an overflowing in tray. And he very helpfully said, bless his cotton socks, okay, Jill, everything you need is in here. Take some time to settle in and I'll see you at lunch after my meeting. And off he went. And I thought, well, that's okay. I'll just, sit down, familiarize myself with, and then my phone began to ring. And I was in business, in a new business, terrified and underqualified in my eyes. Has anyone here had an experience like that? Knowing that you have a lot to give, but also knowing that you have a heck of a lot to learn and really not feeling ready to fly solo. Pop a yes in the chat box if you have. How did it make you feel? Racing heart? Sweaty palms? Yeah. Over the course of the next few weeks, I did learn an awful lot. Hard knowledge like systems, processes, data and information, and people skills with my new colleagues, customers, and team members. However, the thing I found the hardest, and I wish somebody had been able to help me with at the time, was how to manage and develop my own mindset to become a truly effective team leader. As a team leader, I struggled at times with micromanagement because I didn't yet trust my team to do the right things, or perhaps I just didn't trust myself to let them get on with it. I didn't realize the power of clarity and how it could transform a team's ability to get things done. And anyway, I thought I was being clear, and it took me some time to realize that just because a thought had left my mind in a clear state hadn't necessarily been received that way. Put a yes in the chat box if you've had that experience. I particularly struggled with that feeling of having to know everything, or I'd be found out as not being good enough. Does that resonate with you? How did it make you feel? Personally, as a young manager, these feelings kept me up at night. They made me really anxious and short-tempered at home, nightmare to live with, and could cloud my judgment, holding me back from being the kind of leader I wanted to be and getting the consistent results that I knew my team and I were capable of. At that time, there was a lot of command and control leadership around, and it still exists today in pockets. Thankfully, it's starting to go out of fashion, but that wasn't the way I wanted to lead, or indeed the kind of team I wanted to lead. The ones that kind of follow you blindly and mutter behind your back when you do something they don't agree with. I wanted to empower my team, to give them freedom to operate, and I wanted to have the personal confidence not to manage them. So I set out to gain knowledge I would need to develop my leadership skills, change the way I lead, and create the outcomes that I and my team deserved. So let's look at how you can create a craving for knowledge like I had to, and I did, and my top 3 reasons why you should make it a priority in order to get ahead in your area of work. So how can you develop a thirst for knowledge, the knowledge that you'll need to progress? Well, you create what you crave. Think about it in simple terms. If you crave a salty snack every night, a bag of chips, and give in to that craving, then you'll expect that salty snack. But what if you stop eating it? Well, if you're anything like me, you'll still crave it for a few days. But after that, the craving stops. And believe it or not, it's the same way with learning. If you're consistently learning, you create a craving for knowledge. If you do it every day, then your mind begins to crave more and more. So set aside a little time each day just for learning. I try for 30 to 40 minutes daily, reading or listening to something or watching something. There's a fabulous amount of information, good information on YouTube, not just the silly stuff. Lots of TED talks, lots of different really good information. And I look for things that will either develop my understanding or stretch my comfort zone. And that's incredibly important. But why should you invest this time in yourself? Well, here are my top 3 reasons. Firstly, when you gain knowledge, you grow and advance in whatever you get informed in, and that especially applies to your career. You must stay in the know when it comes to what's evolving in your niche or field of work, because knowledge can be your leverage to better pay and promotions if you work for a company, and it certainly helps to keep you ahead of the competition if you run your own company. Keeping abreast of changing technology and customer thinking are essential. There's nothing worse than the guy who's a couple of years behind the latest technology or data, desperately hanging on to what they know because they fear what's new. For example, when the cloud came along and onto the scene, some managers held tightly onto their data sticks, and I have to admit I did to begin with. They didn't want to let go and learn about this new option for data storage and sharing. Why? Because people are afraid of what they don't know and understand. They want to stick with what they believe works, even if there's something available that can make their lives or their jobs a lot easier. So don't hold on to that kind of data stick mentality. It doesn't matter what field you're in. When you're someone who's willing to go after knowledge, it shows that you're open to new ways of doing things. And this is viewed as a huge plus in any organisation. You are the added value that the company seeks. When you know what you're capable of and you can perform what needs to be done, you radiate confidence and become the go-to person. Companies are looking for people who can adapt, because that proves that their employees are open to challenges as well as having the potential for growth. And what that means for you is the opening of opportunities to climb the ladder of success. The second reason for gaining knowledge, and in some ways I wonder if this should be the first, is that when you strive for and then gain that knowledge, you become happier, even if the process of getting there was hard. Why? When you achieve what you set out to learn, it creates a feeling of accomplishment, doesn't it? And you develop a deep sense of satisfaction. And that, my friends, excuse me, and that releases serotonin, and that is your body's happy drug. So you don't need to have anything else. You don't need alcohol. You don't need anything else, because you've got your own body's happy drug, and that is the body's natural way of saying, yes, I've done it. And this helps to reinforce to you that you can do whatever you set out to learn. And this helps to build your confidence for real. No need to fake it. When you're truly confident, you become more self-aware, more open to others, more willing to take on other people's perspectives, and more willing and able to change your own mindset to serve you better. Now, finally, and a brilliant reason to gain knowledge is the exponential good you can do in the world by sharing your knowledge. Knowledge is never static, it's always evolving. And when you apply what you learn, success is possible. And let's face it, if things don't turn out quite as you expect, you learn, add that to your knowledge savings account, and get a better result next time. And that's what's known as gaining experience in the world of work. Until you've failed a few times, as Lee told us earlier, you really don't have experience. So you need to apply what you learn, and if it doesn't turn out quite as you expect, learn from it and do better next time. Knowledge always increases the potential of those who have it. When you obtain knowledge, you can teach others. You could lead a team of people in your career. You could inspire them to be great leaders. You can boost the profits where you work by finding new solutions to problems, or delegate that responsibility to your team because your knowledge has empowered them. You can also put that knowledge to use in your own business. You could teach your clients or show your audience how to do something that enriches their business or their personal life. And by passing your knowledge on to someone else, you help them to grow. They say that knowledge is power, don't they? But I really think that the ultimate power is in the ripple effect that knowledge provides when it's shared. So 3 good reasons why you want to crave knowledge and make gaining it a part of your life on a daily basis. Firstly, you grow and advance in whatever area you get informed about. and that especially applies to your career. Secondly, gaining knowledge increases your personal happiness and your confidence, which makes you more flexible in your outlook. And lastly, applying that knowledge has a ripple effect to positively influence others. Which really brings me back to my story. Through gaining knowledge and applying it, learning from my mistakes, and changing my approach when I needed to, I found a way of creating and leading an intelligent team. And for those of you who don't know what one of those is, let me just briefly touch on it. An intelligent team is one that truly creates more than the sum of the individuals within it. The members of the team each have their own skills, their strengths and experience, which they're comfortable and confident to use, and importantly, to share, because they see the benefit to themselves, the team, and the organisation. They're clear about the rules and boundaries within their work and are empowered to take decisions within those boundaries and raise questions if something doesn't fit. It's really important to have teams that ask questions. Intelligent teams are open to ideas, constructive feedback, and change, and don't see these as undermining them or as a threat. They have individual and team confidence because they're in the loop as to why something needs to happen. And finally, they take risks. Risks are good and are able to be creative and innovative because of the culture and environment that you as their leader have created, which is both open and clear. Is that the kind of team you'd like to lead? Is that the kind of team you'd like to be a part of? Tell me what you think in the chat box. Think of the productivity they could achieve. Think of the peace of mind that you'd have, knowing that they're committed, empowered, and capable, even if you have to lead them remotely, as we've all had to do in COVID times. So how do you do it? Well, I've found that there are 7 key mindsets that you really need to get under your belt to be a truly effective creator and leader of an intelligent team. And that's what I teach in a blended online training and coaching program, where I support team leaders and managers to develop and embed these mindsets and be able to implement them with ease in the workplace. Now, if you're interested in knowing more about these mindsets right now, then you can click on the link in the chat box to receive a free e-booklet. In it, I outline the top 5 of the 7, explaining what they are, why they're critical to the success of you, your team, and the organisation. And by the way, these mindsets work whatever size of organisation you're dealing with. Believe me, I've led teams in multinational businesses and in bitty baby startups and all points in between. And this works across all settings. Importantly, in each of the little mindset sections, I've included key questions for you to consider that will really get you into action in creating that mindset today. And as a bonus, if in the future you do decide that you benefit from taking the programme and working with me, then there's a promotional code in the e-booklet that will give you a discount off of the course price at that time. So thank you for listening, even to that large bang in the middle of that. I hope it's been of value to you, and take advantage of the booklet, either for yourself or someone you know who could benefit. Fill in your details and it'll be emailed to you later today. So after all, gaining knowledge has a ripple effect, remember? And you can be the stone of change in your pond.
Thank you, Jill. Marvelous. And nothing phases you when you have a crash in the middle of your speech. Well done. Well done. Great recovery. So I have put your link in the chat box, and I'm getting messages back that it leads to a 404 error. So I don't know if you can quickly grab that link and put it into the chat box for our people.
Yeah,
I'm going to take a look while you're grabbing that link. We had some comments that I want to read to you.
Sure.
So Mary says, a team like you describe, which you call an intelligent team, can do anything they set out to do.
They sure can. They sure can.
Um,
And in fact, it's interesting because I've been talking about intelligent teams for a long time. And I was listening to a very eminent discussion the other day about agile teams. You know, agile is very much the thing of the moment. And as they started to describe them, I was thinking, I know what one of those is. This is an intelligent team. These are teams that you can delegate down and through, because they are empowered. They know what they're doing. They understand their why. They understand, you know, that they have strengths, and you have organized your team in order that they make the best use of their strengths and their skill base. And they really have a fantastic, fantastic potential. I think that organizations who are able to create these teams create so much potential for growth. It's, and the thing is that people want to be part of them, and they really want to do well. You find that these work very well with, we were talking about the younger generation earlier, but actually what we found is that the guys in my generation, who are very slightly older, also love being part of these teams, because they're given that responsibility, you know, to use their skills and to use their strengths. So yes, you really can. I was just going to say, if for some reason this link does not work,
Are
then
you
I
able to put it in the chat box?
I'm just having a little look, because I thought that link is definitely working.
Well, it's always possible that it got screwed up on my end. That's always a possibility.
No,
But
it's much more, as we discussed yesterday with technology, it's much more possible it's screwed up on my end.
but if you can grab that and put it in, because everybody's asking for your.
I'm going to do that. If it doesn't
Okay,
work,
yeah.
then
So
I'll give
if-
you an email address and just put it. In fact, if you put it in, or you are we getting some email addresses from this?
We
or
can,
not?
but if somebody wants to check the link and see if the link that Jill just put in works. No, Yvonne says it doesn't work. All right, Jill, if you want to put your email address in the chat box, and then people can reach out to you and ask you for your create and lead your intelligent team is the title. I'll put the title in so you guys can reference that when you email Jill. We have a comment here that someone said, I like the term intelligent team better than agile. And then we also had a request. Peggy said, Jill, please repeat what you said about the ripple effect and a stone in the pond. I think you ended on that note.
Yeah, I did. I said, you know, that knowledge has that ripple effect, and you can be the stone in your own pond, because effectively, if you're the stone in the pond, you'll create the ripple effect. So this is all about change, being the change maker. And at the end of the day, we all have that capacity. We all have that capacity. But I really believe, I can remember when I was a medium level manager, I very much believed in training my teams and in finding out what their interests were and training them up and through. Whether it directly related to the business in hand, or whether it was kind of slightly on one side to it, because I found it motivated the team, and they could bring their own interests to bear on what we were doing. And I remember a senior manager saying to me, why are you training people up like this? You know, they might leave. And you're kind of going, well, I'd rather have somebody 120% with me for the time they're here than switched off and stay here even longer. You know, I really want these people to be switched on, and that's what we want with all of our teams.
Right. And I'm really curious, you know, you talked about risk taking and Lee
Yes.
also mentioned that risk and the 15% failure and that concept with it, which I find really fascinating. However, risk as an individual has a much different kind of impact than risk in a team, right? So an intelligent team, it sounds to me from your description of it that one of the foundational tenets would be that you can fail as a team. Now, within a company structure construct where you need to be successful and profitable, how do you, I'm not quite sure how to phrase this question, but how can you survive failures?
Yeah. I think
Because there's risk, there's real dollar time risk involved.
there is. And I think this is the thing with, when you have a team that's empowered, you as a manager and a team leader then have a completely different role. And part of that role is risk management. So you set out the parameters and your team are able to work within those, and you keep that communication. Communication is so important with these teams, so that you can keep an eye on where the risk is occurring. And yes, you can have failure, but of course you're not going to let your team fail in a way that's going to adversely impact the organization. Right. So it's all about, the reason you have to enable teams to take risks, to work out of the box, is because otherwise you will never develop the sustainable competitive advantage. If you only allow your teams to work within the box, then, you know, as you will only really get a little bit of an incremental possibility in terms of outcome. But if you allow people to take risks, then you're more likely to get something very creative, or a solution that's creative or innovative. But as a team leader, it is still your responsibility to manage that risk.
Right. And I don't know if it was in your talk where I saw this comment, but somebody mentioned Gallup's work, and Gallup measures engaged employees. Absolutely. And so I'm thinking that your intelligent teams would rank very high on engagement levels.
They do. And in fact, I use the Gallup skills and strengths analysis with my teams, because what that then enables, has enabled me to do and enables my clients to do, is to really understand what the individual strengths are. And the more that you give people work that works to their strengths, the more engaged they are, the more empowered they are, the better the results you get. So I do actually use the strengths questionnaire and so forth, method with teams. Yeah.
Good, good.
Powerful.
Jill, we have run out of time. Thank you so much. That was really fascinating work. And I love the, you know, craving knowledge and how you can really increase your cravings for knowledge.
Absolutely.
And satisfy those cravings every day. And those are some of the best cravings you can have in my book.
They certainly are.
So
thank you very much. Kay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And if I find a link that works, I'll put it into the chat box.
Yes, please do. Please do. And make sure that I get it so that I can include it in the email when I'm sending out the replay as well. And you do, everyone, you do have Jill's email. I think you posted 2 emails in the chat box. So please get in touch with her so you can get her free gift of the download. I know everybody would like to have that. So thank you, Jill, so much for being a part of our summit.
Take care.
Thank you. Okay, we are ready to move on to our next speaker. We are at the mark for the next speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. Hi, I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing. I'm the producer and host for this summit, and I am very excited to be presenting these 11 speakers who are going to show you, tell you ways that you can become a success story. Now, everybody wants their life to be a blockbuster success story. We all want the highlight reels, but we all have different meanings or definitions of what success means. And being a success in life means that you have balance in your life, your work, your business. And our 11 speakers are sharing with you specific ways that you can become a success story, sharing helpful tips, action steps, and deep insight into you becoming your own success story. Our next speaker is Eco Enlightened Consent. And Eco is going to be talking to you about work on your self-esteem. So Eco, the mic is all yours.
Thank you, Kay. Ew, you're disgusting. Go put some clothes on. Those were the kind of messages that I heard about my body from my immediate family members if I tried showing any more skin than what they thought I should have when I was growing up. Starting in 6th grade, my mother got a new boyfriend, and his favorite name for me was 2-Ton Ed Spaghetti. Often he'd laugh about it right after he said it. I'm not sure if he thought he was being like genuinely funny or if he was just being mean and spiteful. Either way, at that point in my life, if I even heard the term self-esteem, it was just an intellectual idea. Certainly not anything I had for myself. The very definition of self-esteem is just having confidence in who you are or what you can do. You know, you respect your talents, your skills, your ability to perform. That's it. Not exactly rocket science. Except if you don't have self-esteem, it sure seems like something only a genius could possibly develop. And having an above average IQ myself with academic smarts often doesn't help. Graduating from high school with honors and earning multiple scholarships I could use for my college didn't raise my self-esteem at all. And the mind can be a really dangerous place at times. I'm so stupid. Why did I say that? Why did I even do that? Everyone's going to hate me now. Why don't I get this? I should know how this works by now. How many of you resonate with one or more of those? Type yes in the chat if you do. You know, people with low self-esteem can feel unattractive, stupid, awkward. Often we second guess ourselves. Even when we do decide to go boldly forward to an opportunity, there can be a tendency to shut down and have little actually change. You know, low self-esteem often comes from our childhood. And it can be caused by trauma, by being bullied, by poor body image, or negative circle of influence. And even if you were lucky enough to have been raised with loving and attentive parents that had really high hopes and aspirations for your life, that can still result in low self-esteem with the child feeling trapped of having to be perfect and do everything that mom and dad wants, or else they're going to be hugely disappointed. And then that results in the child just beating themselves up severely for even the slightest of mistakes. Most people have their self-esteem trampled on from the time that they're kids and all throughout their teenage years. The emotional scars are the ones that often go the deepest and go unnoticed because we don't see them on the physical body like we do, you know, cuts or bruises. These emotional scars can permeate everything that we do without us even realizing it. We just go around thinking that's the way it is, not knowing there could be any other different way. And when I was 4 years old, my little sister Julie was born. And one day, maybe a couple months after her birth, I walked down the hallway toward my parents' room, and my bedroom was right at the end of the hallway, my parents' bedroom to the right of that hallway. And as I passed my parents' bedroom, I saw my little sister getting the physical love and affection from both my parents that I desperately wanted and needed and perceived that I wasn't getting. My 4-year-old mind made up a story that the world wasn't fair, and to compensate for that, I was going to be independent and show them I don't need anyone by keeping to myself. Beneath that, a deeper question formed. Am I worthy of love? Was I doing any of these consciously at that age? No. I didn't uncover that until I was in my mid-30s when I was doing a personal growth course within Landmark. What I was conscious of was that once I did start going to school, I had a really hard time making friends. My normal routine was to get up, go to school, come back home, go to my room, stay there. After my parents' divorce and my mom started moving us around to a different town every 1 to 2 years, I also became cynical and resigned, feeling like, what was the point of even trying to make friends? Just lose them again anyway, so I eventually even stopped trying that. I once got into a verbal fight with my mom in the 9th grade about how I could literally count on one hand how many friends I'd had in my entire life. Growing up, my 3 constant companions that I had were my cat, my Nintendo Entertainment System, and the Disney Afternoon. Now, did I think of myself as having low self-esteem? No. All the signs were there. And after educating myself on what self-esteem can look like, looking back, I can say that I had terrible self-esteem. At that point in time, I may have thought that things sucked and I didn't really like them, though as long as I kept my grades up, no one seemed to notice or care about my emotional disconnect. My mom had a philosophy. Past is the past. You can't do anything about it to change it, so don't reference it, don't talk about it, ever. How this played out in my childhood is when something big did happen that she wasn't really willing to face or deal with, she took a clean slate kind of approach, which means that we removed my sister and I to a new town every 1 to 2 years. The impact on me that I was always the new kid. Didn't know anyone, they didn't know me. I had very little sense of stability or certainty growing up. Here's one thing about low self-esteem. What you've experienced may have been absolutely horrible. What my mother did have right is that you can't do anything about that. It's what happened, it's what's so. Those things did happen. Now, what you can do something about is shift how you relate to what happened and how you let it affect you now, and more often not letting it affect you moving forward in your life. You have an inner voice, and that voice is a very powerful one. Those of us with low self-esteem often use that voice to just beat ourselves up, and make ourselves wrong, keeping us playing small. The opportunity is to be able to retrain that inner voice, to be an advocate and supporter, to lift you up instead of constantly beating you down. Did he have a bad childhood? No. Many people did. Type yes in the chat if you were among us. And you're not a child anymore. Now, you're an adult with a powerful voice and you're able to make choices. And you can actually step up and take care of yourself, do what you need to get emotionally healthy and rebuild your self-esteem. You have a powerful voice because you are worth it. I know that for someone that may not have much self-esteem, the idea that you're worthy of anything positive may seem completely ludicrous. You may have spent your entire childhood, your teenage years, or practically your entire life wondering if you are worthy. If you ever wondered if you're worthy, listen to me very closely right now. By the power invested in me, by no one in particular, I hereby proclaim you to be worthy forever now and more. You are worthy simply because you exist. There's nothing you need to say or do to earn that worthiness. You are worthy right now. You always have been and always will be worthy. I invite you to take a moment to let that in. Take a deep breath into knowing that you are worthy. Let the breath out with a sound. As a person who craved and wanted that approval of others, I took a lot of stock of what other people thought of me. The challenge of that is when you're waiting for someone else to go and rescue you and make you feel better about yourself, even if it does happen, it's only temporary. They're only with you for a short amount of time, and you are with yourself and your thoughts 24/7. In order for it to be a more permanent change, it needs to come from within you, building your own self-esteem. You don't have to keep talking with yourself in a negative way. You have the power to change the conversation, the inner thoughts, and ultimately your life. You can rescue yourself, build your self-esteem, and find success. Here's a really simple mirror exercise. Go to your bathroom mirror, look yourself straight in the eye, say your name, I love you, and I accept you just as you are right now. I am proud of you for, and say something you're proud of yourself for. For example, I could go to the mirror, look myself in the eye and say, Eco, I love you and I accept you just as you are right now. And I'm so proud of you for all the work you have done for you to go and love and accept yourself. And take another deep breath. And that in and out with a sound so it reverberates in the chest. Ah. Regardless of what area of your life you want to change, confidence will help you get you there. Help you get there. The confidence is the belief that you have in what you can do. I can drive a car. I can sell this product or service. I can be romantically intimate with a partner. You can use instances of past successes and experiences, however small, to build up your confidence. Self-esteem, on the other hand, that is the belief in who you perceive to be and who you're choosing to be now. I am a good driver. I am a good salesperson. I am an amazing lover with my partner. It doesn't matter what you may or may not have done in the past. It is a declarative act and looking into how you're going to be both now and who you're committing to be moving forward into the future. How many of you have seen the musical Hamilton? There's a million things I haven't done. Just you wait. Just you wait. Hamilton had a ton of self-esteem despite a lot of hardships that he went through in his childhood and teenage years. Now, you can't have that same level of self-esteem too, and you can have that level of self-esteem too, and make just as large of a mark in the world if that's what you really want. Confidence is ever changing and ever growing. The more that you do, the more that you stretch yourself, the more challenges you face and conquer, the bigger your confidence is going to be. The more that you follow through, the more that you're proving to yourself that you're being congruent with who you said you're going to be, which bolsters your self-esteem. You'll be able to look at what you want and accept that it's happening. It's a done deal because you're not going to rest until you've accomplished it. It may not be here at the moment, and you believe in your ability to stick to a plan until you achieve your goals. It's only a matter of time until you do. Does this take work and effort to accomplish by raising your self-esteem and confidence? Yes. Is it worth the time, energy, and investment resources to grow your self-esteem and your confidence? Absolutely. In the 17 plus years, I've been working on my own self-growth, learning from my mentors and my coaches. I've been able to go from someone who thought that I didn't matter and no one would notice if I showed up, or not even living a life where I had several people go and tell me they didn't notice if I was there or not, to a place where I've been able to come to a place where people have told me it's been such a difference that I've made just by going and showing up and who I'm being. And best of all, genuinely loving myself and living the life that I'm choosing to live on my own terms. I'm going to give you 3 simple steps for raising your self-esteem and boosting your confidence. 1, having a vision and making a plan to accomplish that vision. Know what you're going towards. Remember that if you aim for nothing, you're going to hit it every time. It may require that you learn some new skills or do things a bit differently than what you've done in the past. 2, focus on your small wins. Your end goals can seem really big as well and make you want to run away because it's something you haven't accomplished yet. So it makes you question your capability. You have to focus on the small wins. When I say small wins, I mean really small wins. Celebrating the things like you did that you said you were going to go and do. For example, I want to take a drink of water. I just did that. That is a win. Also celebrating not the things you said you were not going to go and do, and the things that you said you weren't going to do and not doing them. I told myself today that I was not going to go and cuss in that meeting with my boss and my coworkers today, and I didn't. That's another win. That proves your capability. That proves that you can go and make the changes that you need to take control of your own life and change it. When you focus on your small wins and it helps you feel confident, each small win is a part of your overall goal. Number 3, hire a coach or a mentor. By having a coach or a mentor, you're allowing yourself to move quicker down the path than trying to figure it all out by yourself. A mentor can show you how to avoid pitfalls along the path and ways to go and shorten the time to get your goals accomplished. By having someone on your side that can encourage you when times get tough or reassure you when you're down yourself and help you take those crucial next steps can make a tremendous impact in your business or your personal life. They have been where you've already are looking to go and can help you get there quicker and easier than trying to figure it out on your own. A champion sports team have coaches. The highest performing salespeople have coaches. The healthiest intimate relationships learn the people with the healthiest intimate relationships learn those skills and ways of being from someone. I'm inviting you to consider having me as your coach. I'm offering a 30-minute consultation to have a conversation with me about what's going on in your life and what you're currently challenged by. Your thoughts and your feelings are worthy to be heard and listened to. I will listen to you with an open heart and compassion and leave you with the experience of being completely seen, honored, and loved. To schedule 30 minutes with me, please use the link that is being put into the chat there of bit.ly/30 minutes with Eco. bit.ly/30 MINUTESWITHICO. Thank you for your time, and you've been a wonderful audience.
Thank you, Eco. Wonderful. You have such a mastery of your story. I see a TED Talk in your future.
Thank you, Kay.
You bet. So we have a couple comments that I want to share with you. Seen, honored, and loved. Who wouldn't want that?
It is something that a lot of people actually crave. It is just to be seen, heard, acknowledged. And often when people feel that they aren't being heard or being listened to, the only tool they have in their toolbox is to try to go and dial up their volume and get louder and more expressive, which can have the opposite effect of what they actually desire by having people just back away, shy away, break contact. It's like they're getting loud, they're yelling, don't want to go and deal with it. It's like they're just trying to get heard.
Right, right. Peggy says coaches are invaluable. We all need a coach. Lee says, I always say, take baby steps. So I wanted to just roll back or rewind a bit with your story. And you talked about, I think you mentioned 17 years, maybe. I'm not quite sure if I got the number of years, and that's not critical, I don't think, but I wanted to see if there was a pivotal point for you, if there was something that was transformative, or if this is a journey like the peeling of the onion, or what were some of those early things that began to change for you?
Oh, thank you for asking, Kay. And I'll say that where I really put my own growth for personal development came in a course I took in 2004, in February of 2004. And the previous month before that, a friend of mine who had also begun becoming a mentor to me came back from an event that he did in January and took me out to lunch. And during that talk, he says, like, Eco, I notice you're disconnected from your emotions. I don't mean just now. I mean, you always are. How would you feel about getting back in touch with them? And I had sheer terror run through my body. I was not conscious of how disconnected I was until I felt such an intense feeling. And while I was a bit resistant at the time, I trusted him, and I trusted him to recommend me to my first personal growth group that I did, that I went to specifically so I could get back in touch with my feelings. And that shifted a huge world for me of actually learning how to feel my emotions and relate emotionally for the first time in my life since I was a young boy. I literally had unknowingly cut myself off from my emotions at age 7, the day that my dad moved out of the house, and had built up a wall around that because no one taught me how to deal with the emotional fallout from it. And as long as I kept my grades up, no one really inquired or seemed to go and care. So through that process of being able to get back in touch with my emotions and feelings and learning how to relate to other people on that emotional level beyond just the physical, intellectual, it's been huge for me.
So I think for a lot of people that would appear to be at first a very painful start, like bringing up all of that past stuff, right? And it seems like it might have been an avalanche to deal with at first. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know.
It was, there's literally years and many years of both anger and sadness that was there stored up behind that dam of that wall that I began working through. And I was given a number of practices to be able to help facilitate that and process through that. And I also had my mentor, my friend John, who took on this mentorship role with me to help make it okay and to normalize it and help kind of guide me along the way and take on these practices. And that made such a difference because I was trying out new things. I was doing things I hadn't done before. I was expressing things I didn't have the courage to go and talk about before. And sometimes it went badly. And those were heartbreaking to me as well. It's like I wanted to love, I wanted to connect. And when I had some people that got really upset in me going and speaking my truth, I was in tears going to my friend and mentor John. And what John reflected to me, especially in this one time, it was that I can see how much this actually pains you and how much you care. And I'm sorry if this other person can't go and see it. It's going to be okay. And when I also was doing my own personal growth work, there are people that came to me that said, I don't like who you're becoming. I don't like what you're doing. Please stop. And I went to my mentor being like, am I doing something wrong? He told me, no, I'm not doing anything wrong. He let me know that when people see that I'm growing and that they're not, it reminds them of their stuckness. And rather than take the energy and the effort to try to go and actually get themselves unstuck, to go and put that work in themselves, they're much more likely to try to just stop the growth of others around them because they don't want to be reminded that they're not growing. And that those people, some of them would fall away, and that's okay. And that there would be other people that came into my life who, as I continue to change and grow, would know me in that new way of being, and they would love and accept me for who I was at that point. That would be the only way that they ever knew me. And they would love me for who I became, not for who I used to be. And I have a much better quality of life with the people I am now, who love and accept me and embrace me for who and what I am in this much more genuineness compared to who I was then.
Right. And so I just have two things before we need to close. One is, so that 7-year-old boy, there might be in all of our lives a 7-year-old boy. I don't mean personally, but someone that we see, that we know, that we maybe don't know too well. And I don't know if there's an answer to this, Eco, or not, but is there anything that anybody can do, Or is it just the journey that we all are on? And, you know, I just wonder if there's anything to be done when you're perhaps a complete stranger or not involved.
That is an excellent question. And that can be a very complicated answer. If you're a complete stranger, it can seem weird and different to go and get involved. Right now, I've been wrestling with that myself of living within a household where there's a 2-year-old that isn't mine, and I see disagreements. You know, there's a time when the 2-year-old goes and gets upset because there's those things happen when you tell a toddler no. And I wrestle with what is my place within this, and I can say that within my own interactions with that child, I can look to be loving, kind, and compassionate, and to be encouraging. I see there are comments about reparenting the inner child, and I would say yes, do start with your own inner children first. And there are inner children. I invite people to consider that there are your own inner children inside of them. And for myself, I do have an inner teenage boy, an inner teenage girl. I have a 4-year-old boy and an infant age baby girl, and I actually have stuffy representations of them that I actually talk to on a daily basis. And so being able to go and have something that I can go and nurture that own relationship, be the parent to my inner children that I always wanted to go and have from my parents that I didn't go and get or they weren't capable of, and being able to go and love and accept them the way that I love and accept myself. And I would say that that would be one of the best ways that we can all do our own work that will make an impact on those around us. Because as we do our own work, the world will shift and change as we do.
Yes. And so before we move on to our next speaker, I want you to do one thing. Well, actually, I want you to do two things. I want you to do By the Power Invested in Me. And then I want you to sing Hamilton again.
Sure. So first, by the power invested in me, by no one in particular, I hereby declare you now and forevermore worthy. You are worthy because you exist. There's nothing that you have to do to go and deserve it. You already are, you have been, and will continue to be worthy because you exist. And there's a million things I haven't done, but just you wait, just you wait.
Thank you, Iko. That was marvelous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you being with us and sharing your story and your insight as well.
Very welcome, Kay. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I look
Thank
forward
you.
to talking with those who choose to take me up on my offer.
Yes, and I do. I'm going to put that into the chat box again. And so I don't know if anybody's checked that link or not, but I have it in the chat box. So you can take a look at it too, Iko, and make sure that I have the right thing there. Link is good.
Yep.
All right, fantastic.
Link is good. It goes on my calendar.
Link is
And
good. It goes
comes up
to your
for people to
calendar.
select a day and a time with me.
Get on Iko's calendar. It's going to fill up fast. Okay, thank you. All right, and now we are going to move on to the top of the hour and our next speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit. 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. Hi, I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm your host and producer for this exciting summit, where you'll learn 11 ways you can become a success story. Everybody wants their life to be a blockbuster story, full of highlight reels, but we all have different definitions of what success actually means to us. Being a success in life means that you're a well-rounded, balanced individual, both in your life, in your business, in your work. And our 11 speakers have been sharing with you specific ways that you can become a success story, sharing helpful tips, action steps, and deep insight from their stories. And so now we have Cindy Canepa, who is going to talk to us about developing lifestyle habits that contribute to your success. Cindy, the microphone is all yours.
Thank you. 20 years ago, I was at the top of my game. A to Z business services was my passion, and I was able to work from home and have a storefront with employees. For most of my career, I worked massive hours helping others learn how to automate their business, profit more, build wealth, and pay less in taxes, and have the time to do what they loved. While I ironically did not. Life was all about work. I desperately wanted more time with my family, but I always self-sabotaged any chance of that until a tumor forced me to take time for me. As I was not able to work because the tumor kept destroying my dominant arm, which it still is 4 years later, and the effects of radiation and the many different combinations of chemo had on my body, I became forced into new lifestyle habits. How could not working in my business help me accomplish more success? I will describe 5 tips to develop lifestyle habits that contribute to your success. Number 1, get more sleep, get enough sleep. I can't stress enough how important it is to get enough sleep. It can be tempting to think of sleep like you do a checking account. If you debit some sleep today, it's okay because you'll just make a sleep deposit this weekend. But it doesn't work that way. You never make up the amount of sleep you lose. That's because when you sleep, your brain cells are working to help distress and to renew your mental energy. When you don't get enough sleep, you have trouble focusing. You can't remember important things. It affects your reflexes and your mood. This can lead to problems in your personal life as well as your professional life. If you want to succeed, you have to bring your A game. The number of hours that you sleep isn't the only thing that counts. The type of sleep you get matters too. If you're in bed for 7 hours or more, and you're sleeping in fits, waking up and tossing and turning, then this affects your sleep cycle. When your sleep cycle is interrupted, then the quality of your sleep is not as restful. That means you aren't getting the physical and mental health benefits that you should get from your sleep. Getting enough sleep can also help protect you from certain and really bad health risks. The problem with not getting enough sleep isn't that you're not tired, it's that you don't power down. Instead, you take your phone to bed and you scroll through messages or check your social media. Don't hop online for a quick check. That's only a code for an hour later, because the next thing you know, your mind is buzzing and your thoughts stay on whatever problem cropped up. I'm Cindy Canepa, and let me tell you, I'm one of those crazy busy business owners that didn't know how to say no when someone asked if I could help them. I woke up early to start my day. I worked all day until my body collapsed at night. I took my phone to bed because I felt that I needed to be available if there was ever an emergency with my son. But my sleep was interrupted either by clients texting me or with me waking up through the night thinking I have to get back to work before clients line up at the door wanting their bookkeeping and taxes. I know it sounds like a mental issue, and maybe it was. I used my business to not deal with my life stresses, and it worked. But after years of putting client work number one, my life as I knew it stopped. But I was blessed at that same time. I received a phone call from my doctor telling me I was diagnosed with a very aggressive, rare cancer in my dominant arm, I was attending a Young Living convention with a group of Young Living friends that were like the nicest, loving people I've ever met. This is where I met the ULA guys, who later taught me to stress less and to be balanced and growing in all 7 areas. Plus, with all the smell of the essential oils, it really couldn't have been a more perfect place. Even the TED Talk was on happiness. At that time, I didn't tell anyone, and my husband and son were at a father-son track day racing, and I didn't want to risk them having a wreck. By the way, I got awesome pictures of them racing on their sport bikes. So my news was mine, but that was okay because everything aligned when I stepped off that train at the convention center to truly love my life. That leads me to my second tip in developing successful lifestyle habits. Declutter. Declutter, declutter, declutter. Declutter your life, declutter your business. I kept everything. Everything has a memory. But if it's not useful, have a yard sale. Use the money to get rid of credit card balances or to build an emergency fund. Donate it. Or what was really hard for me, toss it. Freeing up physical space frees up mental space, and it allows you to fill that space with what matters. Also, declutter your credit card bills. First, by canceling all the unused services that you opted into that you're not even looking at your credit cards to see what they're charging. Or on your computer, too many icons on your computer screen and having so many unresolved emails in your inbox that is so overwhelming to turn on your computer. Delete, unsubscribe. We don't need to save everything. Our grandparents started this habit in the Depression era, and my grandparents raised me, so you see my problem. Tip number 3, learn stress relief habits. For example, you have to exercise. Working out isn't about tightening up loose areas on the body or losing weight. Exercises causes the release of dopamine, and it makes you feel better all over. Tell me, have you encountered that mean person at the store or that short-tempered colleague? These people don't give them any mental real estate. The ULA lifestyle framework has taught me to be powerful, and with that ULA principle of unfollow, unfriend, and delete. Tip number 4, learn what triggers your bad habits. The reason bad habits stick around is because we feed them. You already know what habits you should cut out of your life, but the problem is that that habit is ingrained in you, and these habits lie dormant until something triggers them. The ULA lifestyle framework develops good, healthy lifestyle habits that help you be successful. By learning what strengthens these good habits, you won't be tempted to fall back into your bad habits. For example, if you know that you could be more productive if you get out of bed in the morning instead of hitting the alarm, the snooze alarm 5 times, then move that alarm out of reach. Last night, when I went to bed, I unplugged my phone, my work phone, from the charger, and I checked the messages. I don't know why, but of course it had a message for someone texting me that, and well after 5 o'clock, that I needed to call them. I didn't, but every time I woke up during the night, I was bothered by that text. My mind wandered with all the things that I currently do every week. That is way too much on my plate. I definitely need to revisit my own ULA wheel. My final tip, don't quit. And it sounds like an obvious thing to say. The ULA guys and I, we take vital action steps every day So just think about this. If you take 3 steps a day towards developing lifestyle habits, you will take over 1,000 steps per year. Today, I'm a certified ULA life and money coach, and together we break down the process of the ULA life framework to balance and grow in each life area. And these 7 areas are fitness, finance, family, faith, friends, fun, and field. First, fitness is health and wellness. Your finance is income, your spending, your debt, your charitable giving, savings, and investing. Family is the scope of all relationships. Your field is your profession, your career, any stay-at-home activities you have or volunteering. And faith, understanding your why, your purpose. Friends, your social circle. And fun, your personal passions in life, your bucket list. When we've been with the ULA Life framework, we write down our goals in each category of those 7 life areas to narrow it down to our top 7 goals. Then we start on a path to reach those goals. We discuss ULA blockers and ULA accelerators so we could keep on track, so we don't allow triggers to sabotage our success. We revisit this process monthly because we are always growing and our goals are growing too. I invite you to join me in my TLC Biz Tips community for ULA seekers. And ULA seekers are people who want to balance their life to do what they love in all areas of life. We are not perfect. In the Facebook group, we collaborate with others to share our accomplishments, and we help each other with challenges we face as we achieve our goals. There's tips, there's ideas to stay on our path to success. All you need to do is get my guide to profit more and pay less in taxes. Then click the link to join my Facebook group. And I hope to see you there. And I thank you all for your time in listening to my path into the lifestyles for success. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. I love that. I love those tips. And I'm really curious about the ULA life. So we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Because I know you have a passion for the ULA life, right? And so while I was writing some notes in the chat box, I realized that I might not be spelling ULA correctly. I'm not sure. So one time I spelled it O-O-L-A, I think. And then one time I spelled it O-O-L-A-H.
So ULA comes from, the French expression ooh la la. It's like when everything's perfect. But the ULA guys, when they, started this, they cut it down to ULA. So it's O-O-L-A.
O-O-L-A. Okay,
Yeah.
ULA. Okay, so tell us about the ULA guys. Like you say, the ULA guys, like they're real guys.
They are. So they are 2 doctors, and one of the doctors, Dr. Troy, he has this perfect life. He even married his kindergarten sweetheart that they stayed connected. Yes, kindergarten. And, he's got so much money. He doesn't need to work. But then his best friend, Troy, who is also a doctor, he, developed his life. He had everything perfect, but he got cocky. And he ended up losing everything, his marriage, everything, to where he ended up staying in a kind of a dirtbag hotel. And he called his best friend and it's like, what do I do? Embarrassed of what happened on his path. And he said, you got to get back to the ULA. And so they met at the Hard Rock Cafe in Las Vegas. And they were talking about it. And Dave said, if I get my life back together through this ULA, I'm going to share it to the world. And he did. Both the doctors, they bought a VW bus that they make little stickers, and I should have had them with me, but that have all the 7 life areas, and they go and talk to people and they write their dream in a category and they put it on the bus. So they have gone throughout the whole United States with this VW bus, and yes, they had to rebuild the engine and, you know, broke down many times and everything, but they are just truly living their dream by helping others that need direction and help to be balanced and love their life, because so many of us, we get up in the morning, we go to a job we hate, we come home to a spouse that we might hate, you know, so our whole life, you know, so they teach you how to take risk and sensible risk too, and live out your dreams and be balanced in all 7 areas.
So I want to put in the chat box. I couldn't capture it fast enough what the 7 areas are. So I have family, financial, friends.
So let me go through the 7. So it's fitness, finance, family, field, faith, friends, and fun. And the reason why they did it is the 7 F's. So everything's
Right.
a 7 type thing. So field is the career or whatever you do,
Okay.
you know, like volunteering and stuff like that.
Right. So I have family, financial, friends, fitness, field, faith. I think that's 6. I need one more.
Fun.
Fun. Okay. All right. So I think in general, we would agree that we know what family's about. We know what financial's about. We know what friends about. We know what fitness is about. So field, you said, is career or your business.
Yeah, well, it's whatever, you know, because some of us, you know, aren't working, we're retired, but we have volunteer activities, or we're a stay-at-home mom, you know, so whatever we're doing in our either money making or giving back area.
Okay. And then faith, of course, I think that's, we understand that. And then fun, I mean, fun could be a lot of different things, but I think it's like, for me, golf is fun, right?
Yeah,
So-
and that's fine, because it's all about you. So it's not about what they think.
Oh, so it really is all about me?
Yeah, it is customized to you. So they
No,
actually
but I mean, the
just-
whole world is all about me, right? All about
Well, no.
me.
So actually it is, but it's not about you.
So tell us more about that. So I don't know if, so you talk about the Ula Way. I don't really know what the Ula Way is, but can you share with us like some of, Peggy Bell says, wake up, Kay, you're dreaming. It's not all about me, I know. So for example, what would be some examples of, you talked about the process of going into each category or each of the areas and having a goal in each one. So can you tell us, like, what would be a fun goal? Like, what would be your fun goal?
So it kind of boils down to what they call the bucket list.
Mhm.
So, you know, is it traveling? Is it, for me, it's going up into the mountains with my family and camping.
Mhm.
So it's important to have fun. And they teach that even when you are budgeting, it's important to have that amount of money that you are still going out and, you know, rewarding yourself and having fun, but not too much fun. We could be, you know, focusing all on fun and we're, you know, losing it in all the other areas. So they've got that ULA wheel, and it takes you through questions in all 7 categories. So you can see, you know, what your wheel looks like, if it's a round wheel or, you know, if it's got spikes and stuff and it doesn't roll very good.
Mhm. Right. So maybe being out of balance in one area
Uh-huh,
versus another.
or
Okay.
several areas.
Yeah, yeah.
in one
Okay, got it.
case.
So here's what I think is really interesting. A couple things, right? Number one, so the guy, they're both successful. Whatever happens to the one guy, he loses everything, right? And so they reconnect and they meet in the Hard Rock Cafe in Las Vegas. That cracks me up because I thought you were going to say they took $1 million with them, played the slots, and won another 100 million. No, that's not what happened.
Well, I
right?
have no idea what they do for fun in that area.
Yeah, well, for some people that is fun, right? And I don't mean in a gambling kind of way, but just kind of in a playful kind of way. So they get together and then they get this VW bus. So are they now still doing the VW bus?
Yeah. Yeah, it's completely covered. I don't know how many times. And they opened it up in 2019 for certifying ULA Life coaches to help, you know, get the word out and help people. And then they're just now launched. They made a separate company, but they allowed their coaches to be number one in the door because it kind of, you know, the people that they want to reach the most are the people that really can't afford it. So they wanted to make it easy and affordable to change their goal. Their goal is to change 1 billion lives in 7 years. So
Wow.
they've made this app affordable for people to, you know, do it and keep track of their goals. It all customizes and everything. It's really cool. They'll roll out on July 7th.
So the ULA app.
Yeah.
Very cool. So Carr has a question. What does a field goal mean? Soccer, soccer or field hockey?
A joke or she's serious?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think maybe she's not serious, but we're assuming that it's in your work and your career, right? So that brings me to another question for you, Cindy. So you have a business, A to Z, right? A to Z Business Services. This is a in the accounting financial field, right?
Yes.
So to me, that work is very left brain work.
Yes.
So I find it interesting that you have this business, which you still run, by the way, right?
Due to not being able to organize a team correctly, yes, I do.
Okay, so that's a yes. You still run the company. And now you have become a certified ULA person.
Yeah.
And I probably did not get the right title for that. A certified ULA coach.
Yes, it's an ULA life coach, but I'm also
ULA life
certified in their ULA Green Gap, which is their finance and building wealth certification. So I call it an ULA life and money coach.
Okay, so now I think maybe I start to see where they intersect. Is that where the intersection is? Because to me, the ULA life coach part of it is, so that's like the right side of your brain. The A to Z business is like the left side of your brain, but I see now that there's an overlap, that there's a connection with this. I'm not sure what you called it, ULA Green something?
The Green Gap.
The Green Gap?
So, yeah, the Green Gap is your money left over that you're able to use and, you know, put in whatever bucket you want.
So it's like your margin?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, good.
So what
Great.
explains the two, maybe, if you know, if you're into astrology and everything, I am a Gemini. So what kept me sane was my A to Z Business Services, but I never got to live my life and be a part of anything throughout my whole working career, you know, because I always, you know, I couldn't deal with any of the stresses. So I just, you know, worked all the time. My husband's the same way too. So we're perfect for each other, our poor kid, but
Right, right. Yeah, so I can see how this is an expression for you.
I love it. What just happened for me, which takes me in a different direction, is the new direction or new company that the ULA guys just made with this app. They
Mhm.
put it in a network marketing structure, and they put on their certified coaches first. So I am first next to corporate then, and I'm able to build my team. So now I could help people build their business with ULA and
Mhm.
actually be rewarded for the investment that I put into all of that.
Right, and so that is creating additional revenue, stream of revenue that will go on and expand.
Yes,
Very smart, Cindy, very, very smart.
it was ULA, and thank goodness being in the right place at the right time.
Right. And so while some people might call that luck, we call that hard work and preparation, I believe is what we call that. Okay, so serendipity, yes, actually serendipity. And it actually expresses surprise or animation in French, "Oula," right? And Eco says, oh, I think this is a side conversation that's going on. Okay, so I think, Cindy, we are coming to the end of our time. And we have just a little bit of time. And while we have the rest of the time left, I want to thank you, Cindy, for being here. And we
Oh.
appreciate your insight. I love the ULA story. I would love to. And so if I understand correctly, if I get your guide to lower taxes, there's a link in there that takes me to your ULA work.
So the guide to, it's my
Mhm.
lead magnet, and
Right.
the guide, which is so beautiful, thanks to you and your team. And then that next page is thank you for getting my lead magnet. Please join my group.
Okay, so it's
And
in
then-
the thank you page.
Yeah,
Okay, all right, got it, got it. I would like to see the ULA wheel. I'd
now?
like to see that. No, we don't have time.
Oh, okay.
sorry. If we had time, if I had thought of it earlier, I would have asked for you to show it to us, but we don't have.
I
time
would
for
love
it
to
now.
tell you about it later
Okay,
and show
good,
you.
good, thank you. I do want to see it. Do you think we could meet at the Hard Rock Cafe and go over it? Okay, thank you so much for being
Okay.
here. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to see you. And now we're going to go on to our next speaker. Okay, here we go. Welcome to the Speakers Summit. 11 ways you can become a success story. Yes, you. Hi, I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, and I'm your host and producer for this exciting summit where we have 11 speakers who are showing you how you can become a success story. Everyone wants their life to be a blockbuster success story. We all want that highlights reel, right? But we also all have different definitions of what success actually means. Being a success in life means being well-rounded and balanced in your life, in your work, and in your business. And our 11 speakers have been sharing specific ways that you can become a success story, sharing their helpful tips, action steps, and their deep insight from their personal stories that they share with you. And next we have on deck Julia Goldberg, who is going to talk to you about leadership in times of crisis. Julia, the microphone is all yours.
Hi, thank you so much, Kay, for that introduction. And thank you everyone for being here in the summit. Your presence means a lot. So I'm going to be talking about 3 tips for growing as a leader and how to manage leadership in crisis. Your promotion to leadership isn't the end of the line. You've only just begun the leadership journey. Becoming a leader qualifies you to lead others, but your skills will grow over time, making you more and more effective. Growing as a leader should always be the goal, whether you've just begun or you've been leading for years. I'd like to talk about a time when I've had to step into a leadership role in a crisis. I was working at a crisis center, actually, and we would respond to individuals that were in severe distress and in danger to themselves or others in the community. This was a new location because there hadn't been any services in that area, and the community had really come together to request these services and fund these services and really welcomed us into the community. Unfortunately, for this place to be a success, we needed to have great leadership. It started with a good leader, but she was fired shortly after the place opened. And then the leaders that were left seemed to like to function more of a power and control dynamic. So they would yell at people every day. And they would say, you would all be fired at any moment and we'll just start over. They would come in and just cause a lot of distress. Every time someone came into the office, there would be an intense stress reaction from all of the staff. There was even a early warning system we developed where we would text each other as a warning of if an individual was in the office because it caused such a reaction from staff. So due to all this chaos and conflict and fighting, there were a lot of negative effects on the team. So I noticed a lot of physical effects, people feeling very overwhelmed, burnt out, fatigued, depressed, and anxious. Sometimes there could be PTSD symptoms of hypervigilance, looking around, making sure you weren't being watched or listened to, or just kind of being startled easily. Increased illness, having to come to work when you're just feeling worn out and burnt down, and your body just feels really, really heavy as you drag yourself to work. The other part that was really difficult was that a lot of the shifts were all overnight, so getting rest on top of the negative environment there, making sure that you have sleep that you need. So a lot of really difficult effects. And then we also had the effects in the workplace. So an environment of fear that was definitely there. In general, absenteeism could happen. In this place, it didn't because of the type of work that it was, shifts that you had to be available for, decreased productivity, turnover, high conflict, and chaos. Have you ever been in a workplace that resembled anything like that? If yes, please talk about it in the chat, because I think it's much more common than people think. Now, long-term effects in career could have a low confidence in your expertise. So if you're coming into work every day and being yelled at, and you're not doing a good job, or just being made to feel you're doing something wrong, your confidence can dip. Like I said, being fired or being threatened to be fired, blacklisted from other jobs, and financial distress if you do have to leave or are fired. And the blacklisted piece, everyone knows each other in certain fields, and so leaving may not look good, and sometimes people stick around when they don't want to. So there's a lot of really horrible effects that could happen in that type of environment. And so stepping into this role, when I saw the need, I decided to take a leadership role unofficially. I told all the staff they could call me if there was a clinical consult that was needed when they were in the field. I helped with organization with schedules and all the shifts. And I just really stepped in to be a consistent and supportive individual there, just because there was such a gap. And I remember this one incident that I guess really stands out is when I had taken a day off. Was my day off anyway, and I had gone on a small trip, and I was told that all the staff were yelled at because I had taken a day, like I hadn't been in the area during my day off, and everybody had to sign a document saying they would have to be available at all times, no matter what, which is definitely very, very concerning and a red flag. So it's good to pay attention to red flags in the workplace. And if you've been in one before, if you're currently in one, or if someone asks your consult on their own situation at the moment. So really important to pay attention to that. All right, so I'm going to talk about like the 3 tips that I mentioned before. So there's 3 things that are really important in leadership: being confident, considerate, and consistent. They are not static things, they change all the time. Being confident wanes from time to time when life throws different curveballs at you. Being kind and considerate can be a challenge when you're stressed, worried, or run down. And consistency gets jeopardized when life gets overwhelming or underwhelming. So great leaders are always working on these areas. So here are some practical ways to keep growing in the areas of confidence, consideration, and consistency. So confidence, paying attention to what gets you down and what dings your confidence. We all have triggers that affect our confidence. It's also possible to be confident in one area and completely wrecked in another. I know one of the clients I was recently working with, their confidence was really worn down because employees kept pushing back and asking them if they really knew what they were doing. During the pandemic, there was a lot of back and forth about working in person, working as a hybrid, or working from home. There were certain individuals that had to be let go due to their performance. And so when employees are coming at you saying, you know, this is your fault, you're doing the wrong thing, how to maintain your confidence in those moments. So pay attention to what gets you down at different points in your life. And those are areas where your confidence needs to be bolstered and patched up, even when you're leading. Leaders especially need support. Life circumstances can also trigger areas where you don't feel strong. Seek to find solutions when your confidence gets weak, and you'll be able to overcome those insecurities and become a more effective leader in the process. Consideration, paying attention when you don't feel on top of your game. When life's firing in all cylinders, it's easy to be kind and considerate. People respect leaders who are fair and decent, and they resist leaders who are harsh, unrealistic, and mean, as in my example earlier. Your off-duty life could be affecting your on-duty leadership. So what's going on in your personal life definitely affects your work life, and you want to be kind to yourself as well. If you're going through a tough time, it's a great time to stretch and grow and learn stress management techniques and how to overcome the overwhelm. And whether you're leading your family, a community, or a team at work, being considered as a primary character trait of successful leadership. One thing I do with my clients is I focus on being present in the moment as a self-care technique. So really focusing on your 5 senses and shifting to being present really helps because it takes you away and it gives your other areas of your brain a break. So the areas that are thinking or feeling, they get to take a little bit of a break when you're just focusing on the present and being in touch with your senses. Self-care is one of the main things I focus on with my clients because if you're not taking care of yourself, you can't really help and take care of others. And the last tip, consistency, paying attention to when you're being erratic. One of the key characteristics of great leadership is dependability and consistency. That's how you show up is the same today, tomorrow, and down the line. The surest thing to breach trust with others is to be erratic. So if you're there one moment and MIA the next. So when it comes to leadership, consistency is key. If you find that you're going through a season where you're dropping the ball or acting in unpredictable ways, it's a great time to grow as a leader and learn how to manage yourself and get back on track. So this actually happened today for me. There was a major crisis at one of the places that I supervise, and I had to really step in and help the leadership move forward, make sure our paperwork was in place, make sure we're being consistent to all employees when there was a major performance issue with somebody today. So being there anytime anyone reaches out and asks for your support and leadership is very important, and setting those expectations if you're not available. So being consistent, being there, people knowing they can reach out to you and they will get what is needed. So leadership on the whole is not a destination, it's a journey. Being an effective leader includes the commitment to grow. The issues you face today won't be the same tomorrow. The people you lead will change and what they need from you may change. So it's so important to learn new skills. Keep focused on your confidence, consideration, consistency, so you can grow and maintain really high quality leadership skills. Circling back to my story, is the reason I started my business, Hopeful Bluebird Consulting, is because I was seeing such a horrible effect, not only on the people there, but also trickling down to the community that we serve and that we were there to serve. So I started my business to help with leadership skills at the organizational level and with individuals that are looking to grow in their career. So my gift today is delving a little bit deeper into leadership skills. So I have 3 secrets of successful leaders where we talk a little bit more about different situations that occur and ways to deal with that. I've been in the leadership field for the last decade and working with people in crisis situations for the last 20 years. So I want to put everything I've learned and serve and open it up to you in my free guide. And there's also another free gift in the guide, which is a chance to really delve into some of the challenges of leadership and where you are as a leader and where you want to grow, as a chance to do a free consult, which is only offered for people in the summit. And I appreciate all of you, and I thank you so much for all of your attention.
Wonderful, Julia. Thank you so much. Thank you for your insight and your wisdom. And I think your message is so important for so many people right now, because we are in these situations and have been in these pressured situations over the last 1.5 to 2 years, 1.5 years, I would say, yeah. That have brought out sometimes the worst in people and sometimes the best, right? And I think that the world is fortunate and is better for you. The world is better with you being in it because you are so calm. You must be like the calm in the storm. I don't know. How do you maintain that calm demeanor when there's chaos and crisis and you are in the middle of all of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I guess I also have many layers of crisis, right? I still do crisis response in the community. I lead a clinical team that we have crises all the time. And then I also have my business. So I think it's just managing, time management is really the main thing for me. And it is challenging, especially now because I have taken on a lot. So just managing the time for me is more stressful than anything else. So any crisis that comes up, I feel confident dealing with them because that's kind of my jam, that's my field. And I love to help people through those crises because sometimes support is enough for people to realize they can get through it. And just walking with them, knowing that I've walked with others in times of crisis and I can help them. Just kind of gives you that level of calm. And I think my training too, my background training is I'm a trauma therapist. And so we have to have that calm when our clients come to us with many different things. And it's something, when I first started in the field, I was very envious of my supervisor. I'm like, how do you have that presence and that feeling? And so when I was able to get to that place, I was very proud of that.
Yes, yes, you should be. There's a comment here from Jill that I want to pass on to you and maybe you can respond to. Peggy had made a comment and Jill responded and added in that low self-esteem often results in bullying in the workplace. So I think in the workplace, bullying can happen in a lot of different ways, from leadership down, but also horizontally as well, right? And so looking at that kind of a scenario, what advice or insight do you have for people who find themselves in that situation where right now may not be the time that they can make a move? And that happens whether, pandemics are going on or not, but the workplace is is full of emotion and also full of obviously the need to make money, to have a job that is satisfying, to contribute to the world, to contribute to the workforce. But you have all this other stuff swirling around within the workplace. And from your perspective, knowing what you know about crisis in your experience, how do we best support other people when we are not necessarily the leader? We may be people from the outside looking in. We may be in the inside experiencing it. Do you have tips about that? Like this whole bullying in the workplace?
Yeah. So, I like to look at the overview of the organization, right? So is this a culture? So is this something that is supported or ignored? If yes, then it's just about supporting you, making sure you're doing self-care. You have people either in your workplace or outside to support you as you make a concrete plan on leaving, either until you find another job or you're transitioning into starting your company. Having a plan is very important because then this is temporary. And like I said, the self-care essential and the support is essential. If it's just one individual and you feel like the culture itself is okay, you may be able to deal with that by talking to your supervisor or going above their head if there's more than one to deal with that specific situation. Because if it's a one-off, it's a little different than if it's a culture that's not going to change. Like you'll be pushed out before you can make a change if you don't have support to make such a big cultural shift.
Right. And what are some of so culture shows up in behavior, right? The behavior that's accepted or not accepted within an organization. And what are the things that we should look for if we are coaches or consultants looking at an organization for a healthy culture or not, or even for those who might be looking at an organization and whether the culture is aligned with their values? Earlier today, Dana talked about values-based branding and about companies living out their values, which would show up in their culture, right? So what are some of the things we would look for in terms of behaviors that show culture that might be healthy or not healthy?
Yeah, so if you're not at that job yet and you're interviewing or you're wondering if you want to work as a consultant there's a few questions I always ask. I usually ask directly about the culture, so that also shows how aware are they and do they know what that means, right? So what kind of culture do you have here will be enlightening. I also ask about how they manage conflict within the teams and what kind of challenges they're currently experiencing. So that kind of all goes into each other, because if a challenge they're experiencing, it shows you how they're dealing with that challenge too, right? So they could say, we fired the whole team, it wasn't worth it, right? Or they could say, oh, we worked really hard. We had a consultant come in to work on communication and team building and cohesiveness. So that gives you a pretty big idea of the difference, right? And if people say something that doesn't make sense, that means they don't know what culture means, right? So that also gives you an idea that they're not intentionally creating a culture, which has to be done, especially nowadays. You have to intentionally create the culture of the team and the organization, and you have to stick to it if somebody is violating it. The emergency I had today was somebody violating that. We had to make a pretty big decision in just changing that person's involvement in the organization, because we cannot let that go on, right? Because then it's showing that we are either ignoring it or it's not important enough.
Right. And everybody can see what you're doing. So everybody knows by the actions that the team takes or the leadership takes, what's valued and what's not valued.
Exactly.
Right, yeah. And so, let's see, let me go back here. How do you, Eco asks, how do you best determine to leave for one's own being versus staying to look to affect the culture where you're at? So in other words, if you stayed, maybe you could help make some changes, or should you leave for your own well-being? How do you best determine that?
I usually ask people to look at the effects that they're going through. If they're experiencing serious medical issues, serious stress, is it worth it, right? To think, can I change the culture? Because it's not guaranteed that you can. So if you're in serious distress, you always come first, right? It doesn't make sense to hurt you to stay there. So that's the one point. The other point is to affect the culture, there has to be people there that are actively going to affect the culture. If you're the only one saying anything, you're either going to be ignored or pushed out. And I've personally been in those situations and I've seen it. Even though there were several people that wanted to make a change, sometimes you got to look where the power is swinging, right? And if it's not swinging in your direction, you might be let go or there might be other consequences. So that's the other point. But if you feel there's enough of a push and enough people on your side to, like, they really want to make this change, they have to also prove that they're taking steps to make the change. It can't just be saying they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe you can make the difference. But I also would say get some support with either a consultant or an executive coach or anybody else that's on your side, because going at it alone is a very difficult journey.
Right. And Peggy says, in my case, the bully was the leader. Everyone else was miserable. At least we had each other to lean on because we all got it, quote unquote. Right.
Yes, Peggy. So in the crisis example that I gave, me and the team became extremely close. We trusted each other to do our job and also to support each other through when somebody would come in and just rant and scream and threaten your job every moment. So it does give you that good teamwork. But at the end of the day, it has to come, like, leadership has to be positive because everyone else is looking to get out. A place that I'm talking about, they have not had one person stay longer than 2 months since our original team when we first launched. We stayed the longest, and that shows that they haven't identified and made the changes necessary.
Right. And Lee adds, lack of accountability in workplaces is one big problem.
Yeah, so that's part of that culture, right? Like, you can't just do whatever you want and get away with it. I had another job after that where there was a bully, not in a leadership role, but they threatened everybody. Everybody was in a culture of fear. They were terrified to speak up. They were bullied all the time. If you're not addressing that behavior, it's just going to get worse. And unfortunately, that is what happened. So accountability is super important as a leader and for your team, right? You always want to ask for feedback from your team. You always want to hold yourself accountable too, because your modeling behavior trickles down to everybody else.
And I guess the question too becomes, in the situation where the bully was the leader, as Peggy mentioned, and could come in and do the rant and, like you said, threaten people's jobs, was that person not accountable to anyone? Was that the issue?
Yeah, there were some other issues. They had kind of an enmeshed relationship with a member of the board. They had been there for a long time and they had a lot of money behind them, and money really talks in that area where I used to live, all about just kind of those under the ground partnerships and money and the position. Nobody is going to take anybody out of that place. And I think one of the reasons that the individual was fired who had first led the team was because she was trying to make a culture shift and was trying to move a little bit away from what had been happening at the original location, because this was a new location. And once again, it's that unfortunate example. You'll be pushed out if you do not have the support, or if you're misjudging the support that you have.
Right, right. Well, you know, here's the thing, Julia. Most of us spend what percentage of our time do we spend at work? Whether we're going to work for someone, or we have our own business, or we're a coach or a consultant. So how much time is that? Like half your life?
Probably more, especially since a lot of people work many more hours a week than 40. And now with work from home, so there's might not be a separation at all. So
Right, right. It becomes a gray area of when it's work and when it's not. And so I think personally for me, I think it's tragic for people to be in situations where they are not experiencing meaningful work. So Jill talked about, you know, these intelligent teams, and intelligent teams seem like the opposite of the kind of culture that you're talking about, right? Those teams that are really all aligned, they're on the same page. They have the opportunity to fail, correct, test, you know, innovate, do all of that stuff. I think to some degree, in my opinion, work is sacred. It brings so much to our lives, completely separate from just making money. It's about the meaning and the joy that you have in your life, and to spend so much time at work in places where you are bullied or not finding meaning, and having your self-esteem, you know, shot down and all of that. I just think it's a tragic in the American workplace. I would love to hear from you, Julia, that is changing.
well, I think it's kind of like one step at a time, right? So I'm not the only consultant doing this work. I don't know if they're necessarily focusing exactly on changing toxic leadership, but there are a lot of good voices in the field. I think the difficulty would be those companies that really need it are not reaching out, right? So
Right.
Ideally, they wouldn't succeed with this type of behavior, but we are seeing them limping along and just moving things around. But that's the other thing, I think, with the question you asked about identifying positive companies. So one of my other roles as a consultant doing crisis response for companies, the companies that call for the service, none of them I've seen any issues with. They have very positive culture. But why? Because they're self-selecting and reaching out for additional support for their employees, right? So it's a self-selection situation. But if you're just out there looking for work, it's unfortunately a high chance it may not be a fully positive. So once again, what questions to ask, be prepared, talk to someone beforehand before making a decision. I know sometimes we're in a tough financial state, but if you're going to leave in a couple months anyway, because it's so bad, it may be worth it to really, really make sure that your values are aligning with the company culture.
Right. Yes, exactly. Julia, thank you so much. I think you have such an important message to bring, not only to those in the corporate world, but to those of us who lead others, so that we don't inadvertently create toxic environments that we're not even aware of, that we don't leave an emotional wake behind us just because our personal life is impacting us. And so thank you for that message, and thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
You bet. Thanks. And we are now at the top of the hour and moving into our final session. Before we do that, I want to invite all of the speakers and those of you who would like to join us from the audience to an after party. And it's going to be short, but we're all going, if you want to do this, I'm going to stay on Zoom. And I invite you to join me just to celebrate our summit, to take a big, deep breath and say, we did this. This was amazing. You guys have all been so absolutely amazing. So if you want to stay on just for, a 10-minute after party, join me for that on Zoom. I wanted to let you know that before you guys left at the end. So now we'll go into our final speaker. Welcome to the Speakers Summit, 11 ways that you can become a success story. Yes, you. I'm Kay Wagner, North Star Marketing, host and producer for this exciting summit where we have 11 speakers who are sharing 11 ways that you can become a success story. Everyone wants their life to be a blockbuster success story. We all want that highlights reel, but we all have different definitions of what success actually means. And being a success in life means that you have a well-rounded, well-balanced life in your personal life, your business, your career. And our speakers have been sharing specific ways that you can become a success story, sharing helpful tips, action steps, and deep insight from their personal stories. And now we have Yvonne DeVita, who is going to share with us how to break 3 habits to become a better leader. So Yvonne, the microphone is all yours.
First of all, thank you, Kay. Thank everyone who is here, all the other speakers that I am just so impressed by and in awe of, and thank all of the people who came by to participate in our little summit. And what I want to do right now is talk some more about leadership. Why? Because it's a popular topic today all over the web and the news. And don't we secretly or openly want to be seen as leaders? Of course, anyone can be a leader, but not everyone can be an effective leader. Think about the last time you were asked to lead. Did you step up willingly? Or were you thrust into the leadership role reluctantly? Maybe you weren't looking to lead, but circumstances or necessity said, you must take charge, and so you did. Eagerly or reluctantly, leaders bring knowledge, skill, and experience to help them develop the positive habits they need to grow into their leadership role. But what happens when the person you look up to, your leader, comes with bad habits like egotism or negativity or avoidance? What happens when you're the leader with the bad habits? If you have the 3 bad habits I just mentioned, egotism, negativity, and avoidance, I suggest you should break them. But before we talk about those bad habits, I want to tell you a story because I love telling stories. I'm Yvonne DeVita from Nurturing Big Ideas, and my story goes back to 2015 when I became Woman of the Year in the Pet Industry Network. No one was more surprised than myself. Yes, I was considered a leader in that space. I was the co-founder of a successful and engaging pet blogger influencer community. And over a period of 10 years, we held yearly national conferences where I was in charge of the speakers and I managed our Nose to Nose Pet Blogging Awards program, which was such fun because our conferences were pet friendly and everyone brought their pets. But I never really thought of myself as a leader. After all, I'd been told throughout my childhood that I would never amount to anything, even that I should never have been born. So that night, there I was, seated at my table with my daughter and my husband, surrounded by hundreds of my peers, all dressed up in our fancy clothes. I was even wearing my pearls, waiting for the big announcement. And even though I was a finalist, I was prepared to hear the name of one of the other women nominees. I hadn't even prepared a speech. I remember Shauna Shu, leader of Women in the Pet Industry Network, looking directly at me with a big grin on her face. And I smiled back and I continued to look around. And then my daughter nudged me And she said, Mom, it's you. You're Woman of the Year. Well, you could have knocked me off my chair with a small puff of wind, puff, and I would have fallen right on the floor. However, I somehow stood up, made my way to the lectern, and I accepted the award. And all the while I was thinking, why me? Why me over all those other fantastic women? At that time, I had a bad habit of assuming my view of myself, colored with some of my early failures in life, was defining me when it wasn't. And that's why I do what I do today. It's why I help other women lose the bad habit of assuming other people are better than they are or have a better story to tell than they do. Bad habits are damaging to any leadership role, any bad habits. For instance, maybe you nibble too much after dinner, or you binge watch Netflix when you should be editing your book. Whatever the bad habit, in order to don that leadership mantle, don't we all need to look at our bad habits and then conquer them? I think this is important because when you work to break a bad habit, it more than reduces the negativity in your life. It molds you into a better and more effective leader. So let's agree that dropping bad habits makes you healthier. Overcoming the mindset and the behaviors that accompany bad habits can give you wings. Nibbling and snacking after dinner. Dropping that bad habit will make you healthier and it might make you slimmer. But dropping the thoughts and behaviors associated with nibbling after dinner gives you wings by teaching you how to model and educate others on those skill sets. What about binging Netflix when you should be working on your book? Well, first of all, if that's true, I'm coming to slap you upside of the head. But after that, dropping this bad habit gives you a sense of accomplishment and frees up the time to binge Netflix without the guilt. So earlier I mentioned 3 bad habits I wanted to talk about. Let's do that now. Egotism. Let's face it, we've all had those leaders who were sure their answer to every problem was the only answer, even when it wasn't. Bringing egotism to the office signals you aren't open to other ideas or solutions. Good leaders bring an open mind and a willing ear, leaving egotism outside. I'm reminded of this quote from humorist Will Rogers. If you get to thinking you're a person of some influence, just try ordering somebody else's dog around. If you need a dog to practice on, maybe I could lend you mine. Number 2, negativity. The surest way to sabotage your leadership is to bring negativity into the workplace. I think we talked a little bit about that in the last session, especially though when it pertains to the people you lead. As the saying goes, snuffing out someone else's light doesn't make yours any brighter. Refusing to speak negatively about others builds respect and appreciation, which everyone wants. I suggest taking it another step further to set the standard with the people you lead and those you influence, including other executives around you, by making it a policy to do what our mothers taught us as kids. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Number 3, avoidance. Yes, that's another word for procrastination. We talked a little bit about that today, but the truth is good leaders get things done. They don't wait to be told or asked. For me, the term bricoleur comes up when I think of avoidance or procrastination. It's a French word that means do what you can, where you are, with what you have. By striving to be a bricoleur and refusing to procrastinate, you become more consistent, credible, and effective. I actually follow Benjamin Franklin's words. You may delay, but time will not, and lost time is never found again. So in summary, whether you're being asked to lead or nudged into it like I was, you might have a few bad habits worth breaking before you put on that leadership mantle. Bad habits described here: egotism, negativity, and avoidance were once part of my life when leaders I looked up to had them. I certainly couldn't change those leaders, but I watched and I learned and I took the time I needed to change me. I feel like it's an ongoing battle, but I think I'm winning. In fact, I know a good bit about that last bad habit, avoidance, procrastination, because many of my clients come to me with it. They've put off doing something their heart desires for far too long, and that's write a book. Like myself, they want to share their story to help others succeed, to show others that life's trials and tribulations might be mere pebbles to get out of the way rather than dark, rugged mountains they have to scale overnight. In my fully developed book writing and publishing program, I take clients from page 1 to a finished professional book, published on Kindle for digital and print. The result is a product that will help them develop their leadership role in whatever they do, because a book is a proven way to gain immediate recognition and respect. Most thought leaders do have published books to their credit. Plus, published books also open the door to public speaking. Most of my authors pursue a speaking career after publishing their book. Their book becomes their calling card. And I do all of this from a decades-long background dedicated to writing and communication. In fact, I wrote my first 300-page book in 7th grade. I'm also a former book publisher, and I believe in the power of words to move mountains. I'm an author myself. Nurturing Big Ideas is an author helping authors company. We always get to that big aha. For this summit, I'm offering a free 1-hour consult on uncovering the book in you. Here's what that means. In my 1-hour consult, I will help you uncover and clarify your big idea, identify your readers, and learn more about options for getting your book published, so you can join the ranks of the professionals out there in leadership who are telling their story to the world in a book without procrastinating. Plus, if you book a call, I'll also give you a free digital copy of my latest book, The How to Write a Book book. You can click the link offered in the chat box or email me at yvonne@yvonnedevita.com and put Success Summit in the subject line.
Thank you. Bravo, Yvonne. Wonderful. So first question is, what was the title of the book that you wrote when you were in 7th grade?
It was a ghost story, and I don't remember the title, but it was about, now here in 7th grade, what did I know? But it was a love story about a woman who falls in love with a ghost that lives at her house.
True story?
Maybe. I had a ghost that lived in my house.
So what did you know, right? What did you know? Yeah. So tell us about, you have a passion for helping women in particular, I think, find their voice, share their story, not keep it hidden anymore, fully express it, right? Fully express it. So, and you've worked with a lot of authors. So tell the audience, while I'm looking to see if there are any questions or comments in the chat box, tell us about what you see as the things, the hurdles that keep people from doing that expression, from getting their voice out, from being heard. We've heard, Eco talked about being seen, being heard. We know that one of the things that dings our self-esteem, our value, how we value ourselves, and actually the very enjoyment of our lives is whether we are expressing ourselves or not. And so what do you see when you look across the landscape of authors and people that you've worked with? What do you see there?
The very first question that people ask is, who will read my book? Who cares? Nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear my story. It's not good enough. And the answer is everybody wants to hear your story. Your story is good enough. And I point out to people on a regular basis that there is a Starbucks on every corner in every city in every country or in every state, you know, in the country. And people go to the Starbucks and they spend money. And that's how life is. There is an audience for your story. And one of the things we do is we figure that out. It's my goal to say, okay, let's look at the story. Let's look at who else is writing the same kind of story. Obviously, everyone's story is unique. And then what will your story do to transform someone's life? Because that's what stories do. And that's why I want more women to write their story. They're going to transform their life writing it. And then they're going to transform the lives of the readers who read it. And it's up to us to figure out who those readers are. But they're there.
So that's really a very hopeful message that there are readers and that and they don't have to struggle. Your authors don't have to struggle to find them.
No, because we discover them together. And it's very easy, really. You look at the story, and then you look who's already written this kind of story, what books might be coming out. So I help them go through the whole background of, first of all, what is the story? Who else is writing it? Why is yours different? What will yours do that theirs isn't doing? And then, is that your audience? And then how do we get in front of them? I mean, a really big part is just people buy multiple books of the same kind. Generally, if you have a particular book that you like, you'll buy multiple copies of different authors. Mm-hmm. So what we do then is we say, okay, where do these people hang out so we can get this book in front of them?
That is so cool. Yeah. Jill has a question for you. I'm intrigued. Are there any tips for getting a bestseller? It seems to me that these days, it's not enough to have a good story, but it's about finding the right niche category on Amazon.
So we do Kindle on Amazon, and I can teach you how to get the bestseller label on your book. It involves a lot of work. It involves a really involved launch of the book, and a lot of people that you have to talk to, write to, and connect with to help you with this launch. And then you become a bestseller on Amazon. Here's the thing about Amazon is the categories in Amazon are really strange. And I have a book that I wrote about marketing your book that talks about how to look at the categories on Amazon and how to get your book into a category where it fits up at the top, as opposed to putting it in a broad category, which people tend to do. They think my book is about carpentry, so I'm going to put it in the carpentry category. Well, maybe you should put it into the building tables and chairs category, because there's only in the carpentry category, there's 5 million options. In the table and chairs category, there's only 5,000. So we talk about that too. We look at that and delve into what does it mean to be bestseller status on Amazon. So I want people to know that the bestseller status at the New York Times and other places is based on how many books they ship to the bookstore. It is not based on how many books they sell.
So when Yvonne told me that, I was floored. I thought that bestsellers on the New York Times, Wall Street Journal list were number of books purchased by people who were actually going to read those books. And then she told me in a conversation that it was the number of books shipped to the bookstores. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and if you have a traditional publisher, for instance, and they decide, and this happens 1 0.1% of the time. So maybe 1 in 10 million times that they want to push that book and make it a bestseller, they can. And they might send you on a tour and they might support you, but that's because they own all the rights to the book. So in the end, more and more people are self-publishing because they get to keep the rights. And that means audio rights. That means any other kind of rights, foreign rights, if you want to sell the book overseas. And plus, you also then get the bulk of the royalties. The traditional publisher gives you a minuscule share of the royalties. When you self-publish, you get to keep a much bigger share of the royalties. And Kay, I want people to understand. Nurturing Big Ideas and the work that I do and the books that we publish are tools, products to help people in their business, or I'm working on some memoirs with some people now because they want to build a speaking career and talk to people about what has happened to them in their lives. It's not about selling the book and getting rich. So if you think you're going to sell your book, become a bestseller, and even bestsellers don't necessarily make you rich, that's not going to happen. The average author sells 280 books.
280? That's it? Is that fiction
Unless
or
they-
non-fiction or nonfiction?
Either or, it's
Just
a
average.
round number. It's an average because too many people write the story. They're in love with it. Their mother loves it. Their cousin loves it. Their best friend loves it, but nobody else finds it. It sits in Amazon or it sits on a shelf or nobody finds it. So they don't. And then they wonder, why isn't anyone buying my book? So part of what we do is we talk about how to sell your book. Where can you speak? Where can you market it? Who do you get in front of? Talk to? If you don't do that, you don't sell books.
Amazing. So here's a question from Tom. Like most businesses with a book, if there's truly no other book on your topic, which is unlikely, that would mean that there's no market for it, right?
Generally speaking. So in that case, what I would talk to someone about is, let's look at the broader picture now. Let's look where your story fits in the broader picture, because some people just get into this narrow focus of, this is my book. No one else has ever written one, and I don't want to show them the Bible, but the Bible has every story ever conceived by man in it. So we'll look at the story that the book is going to be, and then we'll look at, is it really the only book in this category? And if it is, then who's the market for it?
Right. And Jill also adds bestseller to build authority. So using the bestseller qualifier, if you will, does
She
build
is
authority.
right.
Yes.
She is right that when people see that it says bestseller, it builds authority. But one of the things that we do is we help our authors submit their book to awards programs. So when you have an awards on won an award on your book, it is just as effective as a bestseller list.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, so the whole world of writing, number one, is so fascinating. Finding your voice in the written word. And now with Audible and audiobooks, also in the spoken word, that whole market, the audio world just has like exploded, right? It's becoming—
It's huge.
Yeah, it's huge and becoming even more massive. And then the whole publishing world, which has totally been disrupted by Amazon and Kindle and self-publishing. It's a fascinating look at what happens when a market doesn't shift with the times. And so it gets disrupted. However, I believe, and I know you, Yvonne, know this to be true, we will never, human beings will never stop telling their stories. Never.
Well, no. And if you think about the fact that it's part of what makes us human, Kay, because we were doing this thousands and thousands of years ago before the printing press was ever invented. And they were myths and they were stories told around the campfire. And it was how you passed along your tribe's history.
Yes.
And, you know, I really want to encourage people to reach out or talk to the so-called senior citizens in their family. I happen to be a senior citizen, so I guess I can say that, because stories are being lost. So our moms and dads have stories that they could dictate to us, that it doesn't have to be made into a fancy book that you're going to try to sell to a bookstore. It can be just a legacy for your family. But with print on demand and the tools today, you can easily do that. And it's so important for the children to hear those stories. I feel like I lost, both of my parents are gone. And we talked about stories of their childhood and when they were growing up, but I didn't capture any of it.
Right, right. Yes, so storytelling is essential to who we are as a people, as a family, as a culture, and stories will continue. And we've heard a lot of stories today. Yvonne, I want to thank you for sharing your story. I love your pet industry story. And I wish we had a snapshot of you with your eyes, you know, oh my God, I want this.
It Blog Pause, when we had our awards ceremony, so we did awards for best dog blog, best cat blog, best photo on a dog blog, best photo on a cat blog. We had a big long array of awards. And as I said, they were pet friendly. People dressed their pets up for the award ceremony. So these animals came in tuxedos and tutus and sequins and all of these, and it was just delightful.
Yeah, that sounds like a blast. And so in case you missed it, the name of Yvonne's blog was Blog Paws, like dog paws, right?
LOGPAWS. And that was
right.
Was the company. That was the company that we had.
Right. And all right. So I just want to put your link in the chat box one more time. And I want to thank you, Yvonne, for your part in this summit, for your story and for your leadership, wisdom, and tips. And so, my friends, this concludes our summit. I'm actually going to stop recording. Just going to pause, actually. So we are celebrating the closing of the Confident Speakers Summit, 11 ways you can become a success story. And we're going to do a countdown and everybody's going to do a woohoo from 5 on down. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Woohoo! Woo! Bravo, bravo, everyone. Job well done. Job well done. Sarah would like to say something. Sarah, are you unmuted? Oh, maybe I didn't see that right. Okay. So thank you all for participating in the chat box, for putting your comments in. For those of you who don't know about saving the chat, you can save the chat in the little dots on the right-hand side of the chat box, so you can take a look at those later. I want to thank everybody who's been here. Yes, bravo to everybody. To our speakers who have worked so hard in pulling this together, and we have a formula for mastery in the Confident Speakers, and that's practice, 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 deliver, 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 debrief. So now we have delivered on the summit, and we are going to be debriefing in a week or so. And we right now just celebrate your genius, celebrate your work, celebrate and have a great evening. Does anybody want to say anything in closing before I close down the Zoom room? Sophia.
I think everyone did a really good job with their presentation. I enjoyed it. And I want to just say thank you to you for doing a phenomenal job
Thank you.
on being the producer and hosting, and, you know, just all the time and energy and effort that you've invested in us to bring us to this place where we could have this confident presentation. So I'm just so
Yes.
grateful for you and for that. And so thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so
All I
much.
can say is ditto.
Thank you, Mary. Great.
Double ditto.
Double ditto. All right. Thank you guys so much. Speakers, I will be in touch with you to let you know when our debrief session is. It will be within probably about 7 to 9 days. So I'll send out an email and we will get together and go through a debrief. So thank you again so much. Enjoy your evening, enjoy your afternoon, and we will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye,
Thank you,
everybody.
Kay.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye. Lee, I can send you some Starbucks coffee. He said he missed Starbucks. All right, folks. Bye-bye.